All right, then I'd like to call the August 17th, 2021 Committee of the Whole meeting to order at 5 p.m. I would ask Lou and Callie to note roll call. And now announcements. The Committee of the Whole will convene into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85 of the Wisconsin statutes for purposes of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require closed session. Discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to purchase of real property. In TID number 6, discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to sale of property. In TID 6, discussions and negotiating strategy with respect to parkland dedication in payment or payment in lieu of parkland dedication for Bear Tree Farms West, and with respect to amendments to existing development agreements and a new development agreement with Savannah Brooks subdivision. Item 4, minutes, Committee of the Whole minutes from August 3rd, 2021.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Abby. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Rebecca. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
There's no committee yet.
Okay. Item 5, items for discussion, traffic and public listening sessions. Chief Olson.
All right, good evening. We're joined tonight by, Lisa, I don't want to butcher your name, so I'll let you. There you go, Bullard Cawthorn from the Public Transportation Safety Commission in Dane County. And they had approached the department about participating in a traffic awareness, traffic meetings in the community. And I'll let her explain the whole program as it is. What she had spoke to Lieutenant Riedel and myself about really kind of goes in line with our DDAX model that we're putting in place that we've actually implemented already, about using the crash data, traffic data to make our roads in DeForest as safe as we possibly can. So Lisa's got some information. I did put a handout at everyone's spot here that's kind of overview of her presentation, and then we'll be able to take questions when she's done.
Thank you. Please begin.
Okay, so my name is Lisa Bullard Cawthorn, and I work with Safe Communities, which is a organization in the county that addresses the leading causes of injury. And I'm part of a traffic safety project, which is part of the Traffic Safety Commission. I don't know if you're aware, the county has a countywide traffic safety commission, and we review crash data, and we also determine strategies to address those issues in a collaborative way across the county. And so one of the things that we wanted to do as part of the Traffic Safety Commission is actually get input from the community all across the county. So we set up 13 different listening sessions, what we'd like to do 13 different listening sessions. And the county is pretty big and there's a lot of communities. So we grouped some communities together. And the goal of these listening sessions is actually to identify and prioritize locations of traffic safety concerns, to look at it in the context of the data, to look at the existing capacity, and then to think about plans for the future. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that we want to gather what the communities across the county feel are the main traffic safety issues that the Traffic Safety Commission can think about addressing in a collaborative way. So there's those two components. So we've done some planning already. We had a conversation. The area that DeForest includes, we're working with Village of Windsor, and we had a meeting that was made up of representatives from DeForest Police and also some individuals that were representing Windsor. We had a Dane County Sheriff. We also had at our planning meeting, Public Works. Actually, I think it's called Public Services in DeForest. So we had representatives of Public Services and police and DeForest. And what we're hoping is that We wanted to run this by all of you to see what you thought of it. One of the things that came out of the planning meeting, aside from the fact that we felt that there needed to be others at the table, including fire EMS, we talked about getting the school district at the table. And also, you know, we recognize that there have been some crashes in recent years that have actually occurred on the state highway. And so we've got a representative from Wisconsin Highway Patrol that would be part of that group. And then the last part of that was to actually bring this to your attention. I've been to the Board of Windsor already to talk to them about this. And so just to give you a sense of what this, how we plan to do these listening sessions, what we wanted to do to save time is we wanted to get input from the community by doing a survey first. And we actually have developed a survey. It would just be a link that if you guys are in agreement with this, that would link from your webpage to that survey. What we thought is that we would do a survey that would combine Windsor and DeForest, but we will be able with the survey to identify where the residents are from. We want to provide a summary of that survey that goes to the Traffic Safety Commission, and we will combine those. However, one of the things that, and I want to run this by you, one of the things that came up when I went to Windsor is that because of the differences in terms of how you do things, in terms of your agencies, your government agencies, they thought, and I agree, that it would probably be best to do the listening session actually separately. We would combine the survey together, but do the listening session separately. And the way that the listening session would work is that, and it would either be virtual or in person, or it could be a hybrid. The way that we would do this is that we want to educate people about not only what they identify as specific locations that they are expressing concerns, but also to look at it in light of the data. So we would provide the crash data, look at what it looks like across the county within your area. And also it gives an opportunity to talk about what you've already done. And I know one thing that I didn't mention at the beginning is that I used to, for 20 years, I was at the local health department and did traffic safety work. And I actually I guess it's about 8 years now, I actually worked in DeForest and did school traffic safety. And DeForest has also been a member of the Traffic Safety Commission for many years. And so one of the things that I know from my experience of working with DeForest and working across the county is that DeForest Police Department has actually been a champion and a leader within the county. There's been a lot of things that have happened at the Traffic Safety Commission where there's mobilizations like for alcohol and driving and for speeding. And DeForest has taken the lead on that. And I know that because of that, the crashes, there have not been as many crashes as there have been in some of the areas around here. And I know a lot of that has to do with education, enforcement, and other things that have happened. There's been public services has done stuff. I did stuff with the schools. But this is also an opportunity to talk to the community about what DeForest has already done. This isn't about coming up with a list of all those problems and setting an expectation that all these things are going to happen. On the contrary, we want to, educate people about what the crash data tells us, educate people about some of the things that have already been done, and use that as an opportunity to have a realistic conversation with people to talk about how the fact that there's limited resources, and if there are areas that are identified, that the community would actually help and be part of the prioritizing of that. And then the other part of the listening session is that people on their survey will have identified the general traffic safety issues, and we want them to help us prioritize, because then I want to take those back to the Traffic Safety Commission. So that just gives you a sense of what we would want to do with these listening sessions, that we would do a survey first. And then, so why am I coming to you and what am I asking of you? Well, first of all, I do want to mention that these listening sessions, there would be no cost. A colleague of mine, I thought he was going to be here, something must have come up, but the two of us as part of Safe Communities are the ones that we developed this survey. We will provide a link to the survey. We will be summarizing the data that comes in. We'll be analyzing it. We'll be providing it back to you. And we will also facilitate the listening sessions. So we would come and however you decided that you wanted to do that, with whether it's virtual or a hybrid. So one of the things that I'm asking of you, and not that you'll necessarily tell me at this moment, but as I mentioned to you before, when we had the planning meeting, we knew that we had to go to each of the boards, and we wanted to see whether you were in agreement with the idea of using this as an opportunity to get input from the community on traffic safety issues. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we've got some, like a flyer that we've put together that could go on your webpage. And we would love it if the board actually helped encourage their area residents to do the survey and also to come to the listening session. So that's another. And then the third is that however we were to do the listening sessions, whether they're hybrid, in person, or all virtual, we would also invite you to actually attend to hear what people have to say firsthand. And then the idea is that once we get people to identify and prioritize, the hope is that we would then have a second meeting where we would prioritize and then bring people back together again to help with the action planning. And I'm very much aware that a lot of the issues have to do with driver behavior. It's not about an engineering fix, and it's not about an enforcement fix, but rather we need to talk to the community about the fact that it has to do with driving behavior. And so we want to get the community involved and actually helping, discuss some of the things that could go forward. So I think that that's pretty much it in terms of what we're hoping to do, what we're asking of you, and I'll take any questions if anybody has them at this point.
Questions?
Yes.
Abby?
Just wondering, with the listening session, like the DeForest specific one, would you be doing, or you or Safer Communities do the logistics of, scheduling it, the location, whether it's hybrid, in person, whatnot?
Well, we have, like I said, we have 13 listening sessions going around the county. We are leaving it up to the communities to tell us what's the best approach to take. That's what the planning group is for. And so whether it's a hybrid or if it's in person, I really want that to be a decision by DeForest about what you think is best. We will have a flyer that can go on the webpage, but actually the setting up the room and also for you to determine where would be the best place to do it, where we could fit people. And then we would be the ones that would come and facilitate the meeting. We would be the ones that take notes. We would be the ones that summarize everything, but we're leaving it up to the communities themselves to tell us what would be the best way to do it and where that should take place.
Other questions? Kim?
So I personally think like gathering information is a good idea, and whatever we can do would be beneficial that way. But the question I have for you is I don't completely understand what your organization is as far as what is. So the state, I work for the DOT, and I know we have like highway safety engineers that analyze all the crash data too to prioritize programs throughout the state or the region. So I know a lot of this work is being done, be it probably outside of public involvement until it gets to be projects. And then we work with the individual project to make sure it's as safe as possible and get the involvement at that point. So I can see some benefit as far as getting the public involvement ahead of potential projects. But my curiosity is, where do you like deliver this information? Is it to us, or does it go to like the MPO to prioritize projects, or do they become HISUP or the highway safety improvement projects that you sort of champion for a village?
Yeah, I think, so first of all, I should say, so I said I'm representing Safe Communities, which is a community organization, but I'm funded by the Bureau of Transportation Safety to do this work to expand the Traffic Safety Commission and get the Traffic Safety Commission to actually start taking action, not looking at the data. The traffic engineers from DOT sit at the table at the Traffic Safety Commission. Dane County Highway sits at the table. And so they're all aware that we're doing these listening sessions, and we do recognize that, and that's one of the things that we can be doing when we do the listening session, is we could talk about some of the roadway projects that are planned. Because I have a list from DOT recently that was given to me that talks about some of the things that are happening in the future. But it's not just about roadway works, and what we're going to do with the information that's relating to that, we will absolutely pass that on. The Greater Madison MPO is also part of our Traffic Safety Commission. So we will absolutely forward that information on to them about what came out of this community. We hope that the information that we collect can help advocate for the potential of there being projects here. We don't have money that we can give for this, but we know that a lot of these projects with DOT have a better chance when there's a collaborative effort, if there's communities working together. So we will absolutely pass that information on. So anything that's relevant to a roadway type of work, then we will absolutely pass it on. We will also share with what's already been planned. But like I said before, it's not just about engineering changes and enforcement. There's a lot of the stuff. We just sent out a news release today that we've had 35 fatal crashes since January. That's more than we had in the whole year last year. And a lot of those fatal crashes have to do with risky behavior, people driving too fast. And so we know that also a big part of this has to do with driver behavior and having the conversation with the community about that. But the roadway changes and the roadway projects, we will be passing that on to you as a local community, as well as to the other agencies that have something to do with that.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Okay, so I think what you're looking for is a thumbs up about our participation. And I would ask members if there's a thumbs up to participate. All right, so that's a good thing, and we'll work through, I guess, Chief and you
Yep.
to figure it out.
And if there's anybody that wants to be part of the planning, you're welcome to. You can let the chief know. So we have public services and the police department right now that are helping with the planning in your community. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, administration finance update. Steve, do you have anything? Okay. Chief, do you have anything for your update? Okay. Judd?
Jefferson Street's done, so that looks real nice. And the new path on Dolls there, we're working on North Street paving next week, so we should be wrapping up those projects here pretty soon, so. Oh, and Sunnybrook Park is open today, so
Okay,
looks real nice, so I hope you get a chance to get out there and see it.
yeah, great. All right, any questions of Judd? Colleen?
Judd, it hit me today in conversation with a neighbor. Is our leaf picking up truck going to be out this fall?
Yes, the leaf vac truck will be out this fall. Will be probably October timeframe. We'll start rotating around. We'll have opportunities. There's going to be a public night out we're working with in coordination with the police department and fire department. We'll have some of our trucks. We'll have the leaf vac truck there on display, and we can start to educate some folks on what to do and how we can best be able to pick up those leaves. But yep, it'll be out and about.
Excellent, thank you.
That's exciting. Michelle, do you have an update?
I don't think Michelle has anything, but I do have something.
Okay.
I just wanted to give an update. Tomorrow evening is our first comprehensive plan work session with the community. And just wanted to give a heads up that right now we have 16 people pre-registered for the meeting tomorrow and 20 people pre-registered for the meeting on September 9th. So pretty excited about that.
Good. That's exciting. All right. Community promotions or communications? Recreation and community enrichment, Reese.
Just a quick update, we will have our next guide coming out at the end of this week. So that will cover the months of September through February. And that's all I've really got.
Anything on the pool task force? Okay. All right. With that, we're going to convene into closed session and take up a couple of items. So we'll start that process.
Trustee Allen? Oh, sorry, oops.
I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session.
And we need a second. Thank you. And we need roll call.
Trustee Allen?
Aye.
Trustee Lingraff?
Aye.
Trustee Lowry?
Aye.
Trustee Little?
Aye.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Trustee Witherspoon?
Aye.
President Cahill Wolfgram?
Aye.
Do you have me? Am I in the regular? There we are.
All right.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've noted the action from closed session. We're going to go forward and negotiate on Bear Tree West. And I would ask if there's any other business. Abby?
Yeah, I just want to share, last week I attended the, okay, I'll just sit down. The school district community conversation event. The purpose was to get various stakeholders within the community together and kind of just try to digest the last year and a half and kind of figure out a collective approach going forward. And it was a very good event. It was very nice to just see people face to face, and everybody kind of had time to share about what was difficult over last year and a half, or actually even what things we learned from it that we'll bring forward even after, COVID goes away. And wide range of people were there and wide range of perspectives and ages, which was really nice. And I just wanted to share about that. And I think it sets a good tone going into the school year, which is important for our students. And I care because I'm a parent. I got 2 kids in the school district. But I think it also impacts, our municipality and our community and in general, because I think schools have been kind of a hot topic lately. And I think it sets a good tone for just everyone to kind of see where we can work together better and work out any differences that we have. So.
Thank you. I've heard good things about the night from around the community. All right, any other business? If not, Jim?
I don't know if this is the appropriate spot, but I want to ask it before I forget again. We had like a resolution or whatever it was talking about recognizing individuals. Is that going to come back? Because I was there's a Scott Riegstead that retired, I'll say, from planning and zoning, and I really want to recognize him. And I've been sort of waiting for that, or should I just move forward and put it on our agenda?
It'll be on the agenda in September. Lou and I worked on a draft, and so we'll be bringing it back. I mean, you're always welcome to recognize someone on your committee, but
Okay,
it is going to come back.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else, we will entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion by Tashidra, a second by Bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No one ever opposes. See you in 5.
I'm ready when you are, Jane.
All right, I'd like to call the August 17th, 2021 meeting of the Village Board to order. I would ask Lou and Callie to note roll. And I would ask Abby to lead us in the pledge. To the flag,
Flag.
United States of America, and
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and under announcements, the village board will convene into closed session pursuant to section 19.851E of the Wisconsin statutes for purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to purchase of real property in TID number 6, discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to sale of property in TID 6, discussion of negotiating strategy with respect to parkland dedication or payment in lieu of parkland dedication for Bear Tree Farms West, and with respect to amendments to existing development agreements and a new development agreement for Savannah Brooks. All right, and then we'll move to our consent agenda and approval of minutes from 8/3/21.
I make a motion to approve, but with 3 changes.
All right,
First proposed change is under number 6, appearances. Just putting a space before where it says Mike Lawton representing Bear Tree Farms West. Just to make it obvious that's not connected to the vote right before that. Okay. And the second change is at the bottom of page 2. Under 8.2, the second to last sentence. I just want to add the word possibly. Falgren suggested possibly combining current positions with the administrative position rather than a standalone village administrator. And then the third change, these last 2, I'm going off my memory. So if people say I'm not remembering, correct me, let me know. But the third change is under 8.4, the last sentence. It says Director Judd Blau, change it to Administrator Steve Falgren. I explained that the staff present information that the staff present information to trustees when necessary and suggest informing new trustees of development conversations during the onboarding process.
I'm not understanding the last one.
I thought I remember Steve saying that, but if I'm, oh, okay.
At the last meeting.
What was that?
I don't recall saying onboarding at the last meeting. I've been known to say that, so I just don't recall saying that.
Okay, I'll
I-
just take away that
yeah.
third one then.
All right,
I just must have remembered it wrong.
we have a motion with corrections. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for reading so closely, Abby. Appearances before the board. We will begin that process. Mike, I'll put you guys last. I'll start with the others first. Just as I call your name, please come forward and let us know who you are and what your address is. And remember, we try to keep it to 3 minutes. So I would begin with Sandra Wilkie. And Sandra, you have to sit real close to the mic, so.
I've never done this before, so I appreciate your patience. My first question is, who is the final authority to approve the Bear Tree Farms West development? Who's the final authority for approval?
The board and the planning and zoning committee will all have a role. The staff will have a review, planning and zoning will have a review, and the board has a role.
Okay, so I'm in the right place.
Yes, you are.
I'm hoping. Okay. I didn't know anything about the Snyder and Associates, so I went to their website, and it was interesting for me to find their information about their team focuses on building long-term client relationships through responsive personal service and right-sized solutions. We strive to think beyond engineering to improve the quality of life within the community we serve and call home. So how do they know what will improve our quality of life? Did they do a survey? If they did, I missed it. I will be turning 80 in a couple of weeks. My second husband, a veteran, passed away last month. I need to think about my future and where I'm going to end up. So if I understand correctly, Snyder is proposing single-family lots, duplexes, a potential senior housing complex, including 6 fourplex buildings, condos, I hope not the lifetime lease things, near the Ahara Learning Center. And oh yes, let us not forget a multi-million-dollar baseball field with amenities. It is that potential senior housing afterthought that merely, is that just an afterthought, merely dangling a carrot on a stick? I am here to beg you to strongly consider the design of the proposed senior housing in that proposal to include at least 1 or 2 affordable over 55 senior 1 and 2 bedroom apartment buildings with underground parking similar to the DeForest Town Square complex. There is a need for more of that type of housing in this particular area. It is difficult to impossible to get into the town square. I've been on a waiting list for many months. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about Section 8 housing. I have lived in the DeForest Windsor area for many years. My first husband and I designed and built the 4th house in the Terrace Park addition. All 5 of our children graduated from the DeForest High School. I recently lived in 2 area assisted living facilities here with my second husband as his caretaker while he struggled with dementia. I can guarantee you, I will not be going back to one of those facilities until Wisconsin does something about oversight. I now live in an apartment complex with upwardly mobile young people and their dogs and dogs and dogs. Now, I don't mind dogs, but this is not where I want to live the rest of my life. I do want to live here near my church where I've been a member for 48 years. I enjoy the local bakery, our new meat market, their outdoor dining. My dentist is here. My medical clinic is right up off of Highway 19. And there's a first-class medical facility up Portage Road, and we have our own local post office. I do not want to move to Sun Prairie, Wanakee, Hoynet, or Madison. I want to keep my money here in DeForest, Windsor. I want to live out the rest of my life in this area, and I beg you to help me do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sandra. And let me just say, there are a number of proposed senior housing projects. And I think if you stay in touch with Michelle Lowry on staff, she can let you know what some of those are. But there are a number of people who are proposing senior housing. So,
Well, I would like to be in the Bear Creek.
oh, okay.
Niece lives there, and there's a lot of my friends in that area. And like I said, my church is just right down the road, and at some point, I'm sure I won't be driving more than 10 miles or whatever, so there we are.
Well, thank you for sharing. Yeah, Abby.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for speaking. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure I understand. So with the Bear Tree Farms potential development, you really want to make sure that there are senior apartments available and that they're affordable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood. And I agree 100% because I used to be involved with the DeForest Housing Authority, and they oversee a lot of apartments or housing, not necessarily all, well, some of it's all seniors and some of it's just tends to have a lot of seniors. And I've just been hearing a lot over the last few years that there's a huge need for that. And that, yeah, you definitely should be able to stay in this community where, you know, whatever housing option you choose or want to have. So I just want to say I agree with that, and it's very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Happy birthday, Sandra.
All right. The next name I have is Gilbert Bradley.
My name is Gilbert Bradley. I live at 3058 Van Buren Road, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. I have a building on Renata Court, which is next to the high school. And the way the village is setting up the new street and the water out there, I'm probably going to end up being flooded. So that's what I want to talk about tonight. And I was on a three-way conversation with Mr. Matthews and Kelly a year ago or 8 months ago or whatever. And Mr. Matthews right away said, the problem is my window in my lower level is too low. And Kelly said that, well, Mr. Bradley, you're going to have less water than you got now. But I don't agree with that. So anyway, when I went to build my duplex in 1992, I walked out there and I looked at the ditch and I looked at the culvert, and the culvert is 4 feet high, and the ditch, and there was no water in the ditch. And I thought, well, I'll build a duplex and I'll have bigger windows in the lower level, and then the people will get more light and can enjoy the lower level and look out at the school property. And so the first renter moved in 93, which makes that 29 years. I haven't had any water come in through my windows, but anytime I talk to anybody in the last 29 years, they always say, well, you got your windows too low. You got your windows too low. And nobody in 29 years said that that culvert was too small. But when it rains and floods, it fills up, the water fills up over the culvert 2-3 feet and then runs down Jefferson Street. So I thought, no matter what they say, the culvert is too small. So forget about my windows, because Mr. Matthews and other people said my windows are too low. So let's look at Jefferson Street. In 29 years, I have not had any water come in my windows, and don't let me kid you, I've been there nights and days and down in the ditch with a 4x4 prying ice out of the thing so the thing wouldn't flood, and having the village come with their end loaders and clean stuff out so that it keeps going. And we had a corn stalk deal one year and somebody else took care of that with a backhoe. So let's look at the street. We got 2 houses on Jefferson Street on that end, and then there's about 10 or 12 houses on Evergreen Lane. And every time we get a flood, that street floods. They were getting water in the high school. I guess they got that taken care of now. And then we have these 12 people that can't get to their house or get out of their house. And Evergreen Lane does not all flood, but Jefferson Street floods. And the way they got it set up now, they're going to have more water coming in that waterway than we did a year ago before they did all the work at the school and et cetera. And so then you have to look at the village hired an engineer, or this guy that put the subdivision in hired an engineer. He's licensed. I was just a builder, but my windows hasn't leaked. So then Mr. Matthews says, your windows are too low. Well, my windows being low isn't causing the street to be flooded. The engineering is causing the streets to be flooded because, number one, they don't have the culvert big enough. And I don't know if the engineer recommends to the village to put in a bigger culvert or what they recommend, because maybe the village doesn't want to spend the money to put another culvert in.
Well, have you spoken with Judd and Judd Blau, the head of public services?
Well, I had a question the other day, which I emailed him, and he gave me an answer on the email, and that was about the street. But the way it looks with the extra water, and then there's a hump in the street, so that's going to hold some water back in the ditch, but the street is still going to be flooded. Then I think about back in 2010 or so, there was a flood, and the village had just spent $300,000-$400,000 putting that retention pond in between the Catholic church and the high school. And that was supposed to alleviate the flooding on Yorktown Road. And I worked till 7:30, 8 o'clock that night. And then I said to my wife, let's run down to Yorktown Road. So we drove through, we got down to Yorktown Road, and here it was barricaded.
Well,
so my question is, why doesn't the village or the village engineer or someone engineer this thing out to correct the problem?
Well, I think they're working on it. And I turned to Judd, who's sitting next to you, and he's in charge of that.
So my question is, yes, and now I'm more concerned about flooding, and I talked to Kelly and about this rubber bladder thing, and then they said, well, you might not be the first one to request it, so you won't get it there. And so then what I want to do in the next few days is I want to request that the village, I'll bring in the addresses of my tenants, and I would appreciate if you could write them a letter. So when it starts flooding, how soon they're supposed to call, who they're supposed to call, and then just give me a copy of the letter. So if they move out, I can just make a copy and give to the new tenants so that we know who to call and when to call to get as much help as we can.
Thank you. And we'll leave you with Judd to work on this issue. And I think he has your contact info.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Alexander Rorick, and if I said it wrong, I'm sorry.
All right, now it's on. Is it all right? So I had a couple questions about like how long the property taxes were gonna be for the town. And all that, because lately it's starting to get so high, the rent and all this is starting to become more like Madison. So I wanted to know how long is the property tax from the last referendum gonna go for until we can start seeing a decrease in that again?
You're talking about the school referendum? I don't know the answer to that, and how long you'll see an increase, but we can get you an answer to that.
Okay.
I would suggest you talk to the school district.
School district?
Kathy, I forget her new last name. That's not her last name. That's her former last name. Phillips.
Yeah, because this is my first time up here too, and I wanted to get more involved
Yeah.
with my town, so.
Yeah, Kathy Phillips from the school district. She's a business manager. She would be able to help you.
Okay, all right. And then I had another question about about Vinburn and having the on-ramp and off-ramp right off of 51 there in order to bring in more traffic and business to the strip mall down here off of Main Street. I was wondering why can we have a on-ramp and off-ramp right there that would be easy on, easy off for anyone, especially for anyone traveling by? Because when it was old 51, people could just pop off the road, go to Club 51 or Mobile or straight down to Pick and Save. Now you have to go all the way down to Windsor Road, or you have to go down to, was it CV, I think it was? And a lot of people passing by, normally they're gonna be like all three roundabouts. And that's too much.
And I appreciate that question. I've asked that question a number of times. It was a negotiation with the US Highway Department. And they gave Windsor one and us one, and the decision was made. I don't think, well, yeah, that they are too close together to have one there. I agree, it would be really nice.
Because I feel like it is good to have those entrances for, the business district where we've had a lot of income for the town because of all the business district. But I mean, for the local businesses is what I'd be more concerned about, because if we're gonna keep like up in taxes and all this for all this other stuff, we need local businesses and more of the local economy running than, and people being able to keep up with all those taxes.
Thank you. Those are good comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We hope to see you again.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dawn.
Dawn Clemens, 309 Mohawk Trail, DeForest. Very short tonight for me. 8.5 on the agenda talks about the Zoom meetings being considered again. Excuse me. And I just want to, as a person who comes to a lot of these meetings, and now I see there's a few more people coming, which is really wonderful. And there were in other meetings, more people coming. I think it's just easier to speak in front of all of you. Body language we can see, you can see us. It's so impersonal just to speak on Zoom. Plus, when you're on Zoom, it's like Hollywood Squares. Okay, you're there. Okay, I'm over there. Oh no, I'm down here. And it is funny, but it is, and it's difficult for the president to know who's speaking and which one of the trustees needs to speak because their hands are over here. It's confusing, and I think more personal to let us speak. Yes, there is a mask mandate. I realize that's beginning, but there isn't a mandate for social distancing again, or you have to be 6 feet apart or any of that. And the majority of people in DeForest, I looked up, are vaccinated, which is wonderful. And except for, of course, the children under 12. But I I enjoyed coming in person and seeing your faces. And I think it's easier for you to know who we are too. See us in the grocery store. Oh, hi, Dawn. I saw you. I talked to you, whatever. It's just to get more people to come. I think if we could just keep these meetings like they are and just ask us all to wear a mask, I don't think that would be a problem. And I
Thank
can
you.
even use 3 minutes. And I didn't use a Kleenex. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we have Mike Lawton, Jerry, and Don, and I think they're all together. What's the old saying? 3 for the price of 1?
We've got our whole group here. Thank you again. This is in connection with the Savannah Brooks TIF question, which you've discussed before. And in response to your action in approving the agreement that would require us to refund money and not get any more of that $300,000 item for our in our TIF agreement, we made a proposal of our own, and it's been distributed. And I had sent it yesterday to Michelle and Al and to the president. But anyway, you've got a copy of it, and I would hope, I know you're going into closed session again tonight. I would hope you would have an opportunity to take a look at it. And I don't know, do you guys want to explain, or I can comment further? Jerry, you want to go ahead and explain what our idea is?
Well, yeah, I'll start and I'll finish up, and somebody please keep track of the time. It's hard to negotiate something like this 3 minutes at a time, and even if we team up and we got 9 minutes at a time, it's still not the easiest thing to do, not the most efficient thing to do, but here we are. We've been talking around and dancing around this whole deal with the MRO bond that was agreed upon several years ago. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I just want to say we did what we said we'd do. And we can't pick this road up and move it somewhere else. It's there. And so what now we're trying to do is make the best of what we got and just make the best of it. And what we're proposing is to give incentives to people that would want to bring a business into the commercial property. And we would like to bring residential tax base into the village. And if you boil it down, it's pretty simple. We're going to put, if the village wants to go along with it, we're going to put about 60 units in, and we'll do them as affordable as we can. But shooting from the hip, they're going to be approximately in the high threes to $400,000 a unit. That'll give you approximately 24 million in tax base. And all of that will go into the TIF. If you round it down to 20 million and you round off the mill rate to 2 or 2%, 2 times 2 is 4. That's $400,000 a year coming into the TIF until the TIF is done. Then all that money comes into the village as tax base. And we've been trying for years to get something going as commercial. And on this 14 acres, we thought, hey, why don't we try to just change this into residential? There's a little piece of a road that was built that we built and we dedicated, and the village agreed to give us an MRO bond for $300,000 to do that. We did our part, the village did their part. Years went by. Now we're saying, hey, we might have let's try this. Let's try something else. You got to understand, we can't just take the road up and put it in our pocket and put it down somewhere else. It's there. The money's spent. You own it. The village owns it. So there's been, in my opinion, a lot of smoke and mirrors going on over the last months or 2 months about this can't be done or whatever. There's no rule or law or anything like that that says any of this can't be done. It can, and it's simple, and there's nothing wrong with doing it. All, but I'm sitting here made out to be a villain for trying to make this into a different tax base. And I don't understand it because I've never had the opportunity to hear from anyone what is wrong with what we're trying to do. And I'll tell you, if the village board is the end all be all, if you have a problem with what we're trying to do, that's fine. We won't do it. Okay. We're not trying to pull something over anybody's, pull a wool over anybody's eyes. We're just trying to do what we think's the right thing for the village. And what we've come up with now is a plan to say, hey, okay, we'll give, and my dad will talk about this if time allows, we'll give a bunch of incentives to people that want to bring commercial tax base in. And I think it's a good plan, but I just don't like this whole trying to negotiate this 3 minutes at a time deal. So if you guys go into closed session and decide that our plan sucks and you want to reject it, just come back at us with something where we can talk to somebody at some point about this, because it's been very frustrating these last couple of months. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, did all the board members get a copy of our proposal that we would like to show that we mean business, as far as if we sell 2 acres, the first 2 acres out the door, we would give a land buy down of the 300,000. If somebody takes the other 2 acres, 4 acres, we'll double it. We'll go to 600,000. So it's really not about the money so much. What really is interesting is when you legally look at what we were asked to do, that little piece of road, it's a mixed use development. There's no driveways on it. And when I built that park, and I mean 7 days, 6 days a week, long hours, check it out. It's worth twice as much as it had to be. So it's not like we're trying to cut and do less. We've always done more. It's been a hard project. When we put this together, the TIF it could have been expanded to the south. We paid several $1 million to keep this thing going. I had to feed this thing for years, and we're finally getting some traction. And that's why we want to see some roofs in the commercial area. We're putting our money where our mouth is. And the other thing that's interesting is that little piece of road, we have a mixed use. They can go down, a mother or father could take a couple little kids, stop at a coffee shop, and say, let's go down to that beautiful park. It's not a park for the people living in there. It's a public, beautiful DeForest park. And in our style of developing, if you go to where we've had a little traction in our commercial, there's a huge amount of use. It doubles, it multiplies the value of the commercial project. And we have that beautiful park here. We were asked to take a piece of road, and there's no difference in that than Williamsburg. It's simply a way to travel from the circle to the residential that we would expand and pay 100%. If we said no, we'll just have the village, because they did it across the street. We say, spend a couple more $1 million and we'll have more vacant commercial property. This proposal is all about making it better for DeForest.
I also would like to clarify a few things. Sometimes people think, oh, if you have a TIF district, whoever the developer is just, buying a bigger truck so they can take all the money to the bank, that they're making off this thing. And in this TID, that's not the case at all. I'll just give a few examples, and if I miss one, Dad, you could chime in. But it started out with the fact that we had to pay the DOT for the ability to pay for on our own the write-in only to go to the Merida Clinic. We had to pay them $100, and Steve could probably, if I'm off by 10 or 20,000, correct me, but We paid them like 110 or 20,000 to have the ability to do that. And then we paid for that. Then we signed an agreement where the village agreed to pay $818,000 to build Williamsburg Way. Okay, well, guess what? It came in over budget. And we wrote a check out of our pocket for $350,000 to cover that. We did it and we didn't complain. Then what else did we do? We paid the county owned 1 foot between us and the pine cone. We had to pay them $100 and how many $1,000.
Then we put a brand new road.
Then we put a brand new
county on our nickel.
We did all that. We
$7
never
million.
complained. We never complained and we're not complaining now. But what's frustrating is that we have to sign up and worry about our time and only have 3 minutes at a time to negotiate this thing that we agreed to do. We did, we built it, we spent the money, the road's there. And now we're trying to come up with a better plan and we're made out to be like criminals. And I don't like it. And if anybody would like to ask questions directly, that would be amazing. I don't like sitting behind and getting memos and, all this stuff after closed session meetings. It doesn't sit well with me. And I'll leave it at that. If you have anything else to say, go ahead.
No, Jerry, I just want everybody here to know, if you realize how hard we worked, and how we had to feed this thing, TIFs are amazing. The first year is before we had the increment. We wrote a big check and then it caught up. But let's say we were not successful. We would have been on the hook for everything, a personal guarantee. And we backed up everything our whole life, everything we've done. And I just feel kind of hurt that we haven't been able to come into a meeting and really explain our side of it. Because if you knew the whole program and you knew what we did and what we had to put to keep this thing alive, then you'd understand it. Thank you.
And if possible, we'll be available for questions. Otherwise, we'll just go back there and sit there.
Michael, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think our proposal is a win-win because you'll get the residential tax base, you'll get some more commercial tax base, and we get some development, don't have to pay back the 300,000. So it seems like a pretty straightforward victory for everybody if you go with this program.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Rebecca, I didn't see you off to the side.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to say to the fellows out there, I'm sorry if you felt this way. That was definitely not our intent to make you feel like the bad guys, because that's absolutely not our intent. We're just trying to negotiate the best deal we possibly can with you guys, make sure that everything that we're supposed to do, for our village is done appropriately, and try, like you just said, to find that win-win for both of us. And I'll let other people who understand all the intricate details talk to you about that a lot more. But I do want to say that is not our intent in any way, shape, or form to make you feel bad or like you're the evil person or anything like that, because you're not. You guys do really good quality work and we really appreciate you. So I just wanted to say that and let you know that we really do appreciate you guys a whole lot. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I just want to say back to you, I appreciate that. And one thing my dad and I are both very, very bad at is PR and recognizing when we do something. We're never ones to stand out and hold up the big cardboard check when we donate something. We just try to do the best we can, keep our head down and keep doing it. For us, it seems more fun that way. But this program, and I will say, the Village of DeForest over the past 10 years has done a way better job than the previous 10 years. And you've all been much better to work with. And I'm not trying to start any riff here. You're great. But at the same time, this is one thing that really, it's a line in the sand kind of. It draws a line and it's like, no, we did what we said we would do. And to hear that we got to reach in our pocket and pay $300,000 out for zero reason It's offensive, and when you talk about trying to get affordable housing going, talking about 60 units, into 300,000, that's $5,000 a unit, and it doesn't make sense. And there's no reason, none. And I've asked, and it's all been smoke and mirrors with everybody. And it's like, well, there's maybe this ordinance, and there's maybe this and maybe that, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with this MRO bond that's been issued, converting this to residential property. There's zero. And if somebody could tell me what that is, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Jim? I didn't know if Steve had his hand up or he was just looking. I would like you to answer that.
I don't believe anybody said there was an ordinance requiring this. I believe the agreement said we'll pay for $300,000 of that because you're gonna have commercial tax base adjacent to it, to the north of that. So when you say you did your part of the bargain, why don't we do ours? I don't think you have yet. You built a road, but you didn't develop commercial tax base. Now you're changing that to residential. And we're saying, well, then you don't really qualify for the TIF money because it's residential on both sides of the street. I think that's been clear as we've talked about it. So that's the point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I answer that, Steve? When you look at it, the people are driving from point A to point B. We have a mixed use development. And there are no driveways. There's no difference in that little piece of road than there is in Williamsburg or any other TIF in this village. If we had driveways on it, it would have been designed to have driveways. Then it would have been what you call a payload. You build a road, you put driveways off both sides. This is not the case. And a great way of looking
Road
at
is
it.
like, for us, it's the bone that you trim off. You don't eat this, when you're eating a steak, you don't eat the bone. This is the bone. Go ahead.
Yeah, the land is given, you don't put driveways on either side. And it was a huge piece of property with the traffic circle. We were actually ahead of our time. It took a lot of land, but we did it. It was a great design. And I'd like to have anyone here argue the fact that if people are coming in, and we have had tremendous success in other communities with the residential and the retail. People go to the parks. Nobody cards anybody. They can be anybody. They can be people that are shopping. This is not some NIMBY subdivision. These are just our people in the park. This is a public, beautiful DeForest Park, which basically is valued. If you went out and bid it out, you would have paid twice as much as I had to put into it. I put my heart and soul in that park.
We've stuck at least $700,000 of our own cash into this park. And I don't know exactly, I think the park fees are, I checked after the last meeting, it's like $1,800 or $1,700 times 133, which is very much less than 700,000.
And when you look at our overall mixed use, if you go to one that is a little bit ahead of this, it's Kilkenny Farms. Buck and Honey's is there. A huge residential thing is taking off. We think we have clients out there with the hard work Michelle has done. We are right at the beginning of putting together some tremendous commercial retail people. And when you think about it, people go to those beautiful parks on a Friday night, they're full, they're tremendous. They're part of the retail, they're part of the commercial. This is kind of a livable community. And that's why it isn't about the money. It's about the fact that we said, we'll give the 300 on the first 2 acres. And if they go to the next 2 acres, we'll give 600. It's about jump-starting the village of DeForest. We have a great program.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Jerry.
You got time?
We're over time, but we are taking this up. We will discuss it and we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I think that was all of the appearances. We're going to move to old business. And this is a discussion and potential action regarding the administrator's hiring process. So for my paper. You received a copy of the administrator job description. The description was inclusive of a real broad spectrum of duties carried out by the village administrator. You also received links to the ordinances governing the administrator's job. In order for us to begin the recruitment process for our new administrator and hiring QTI and placing a profile and going through that whole process, it's necessary for us to approve a job description, recognizing that when we hire, whoever we hire for the administrator and the finance director may cause us to shift and change emphasis in job areas. We also down the road can begin to look at creative options for maybe combining positions. I know Jim has raised that in a previous meeting, and there may be other creative options available to us. But we also can't start much of that until we have developed a job description. So we have received one that staff, Corey and Steve worked on. Thank you. And I was hoping that we could use that as a starting point and perhaps even approve that job description. Down the road, we're also going to have to look at ordinances covering the position and look at approving and changing some language in the ordinances to meet whatever that new option is. So we need to approve a job description. We need to figure out or hire QTI and develop a profile. And then we need to begin the process of sifting through all those people who want to come and work here. But tonight I wanted to begin discussion on the job description, which I think you all got in the packet. And I would open it for what? Okay. I just want to make sure everyone saw the job description, and we'll start with Rebecca.
Awesome, thanks. Just two things. One, under the qualifications regarding the education, I saw it said desired, and I think it needs to read required as far as like the degree. I think that's going to be important because this is an extremely important position that we need somebody who's been well-trained.
Okay, Jim?
Rebecca, I'm going to speak to that. So I'm a registered land surveyor and engineer. And where I do actually like the desired myself, just because I know there's engineers in the field that are licensed, and then there's specialists that have been doing this job as an engine, doing engineering jobs for 25 plus years that I would feel are just as qualified as, say, a 5-year engineer. So I personally like the idea of saying desired and leaving it up to us as a board of who is more qualified, somebody that actually has it or has gained it through experience.
Okay. Oh, Bill, thank you.
I also support minimum requirements and preferred requirements. I, over the weekend, looked at about 10 village administrator jobs in the Wisconsin area. And 99% of them state minimum requirements. And one of the aspects preferred is a master's degree. 3 to 7 years of experience in most of them. It's kind of lacking there. I understand where Jim's coming from, but I think state jobs, they are all posted minimum requirements and preferred requirements. If you have the additional education, whatever, you get a kind of a step up if you have those additional things. I don't see why it could be any different. It's pretty fair and equitable to all the applicants that are on a fair footing. It's easier to weed out somebody with less experience, lesser education. But I feel we need to have minimum standards and preferred. And I can't see why we couldn't change that. Also, it's missing the residency requirement, which I think is important. We don't want to add that unless we were planning on taking that out of the ordinances. An applicant should know that beforehand, that we would require them to live in the school district or it's been
Yep.
changed.
Let me ask Al to address that because I heard that was a concern brought forward and I read it in the ordinances too. And I think the laws have changed. So
Yeah, we would not be enforcing that ordinance. There was a change in the statutes back in 2013, I think it was, that prohibits municipalities from imposing residency requirements as a condition of employment, with some exceptions for police, fire, and EMS, in which case you're allowed to restrict them to live within, I think it's 15 miles of the village limits. But other than that, you can't impose those requirements on employees.
thank you.
Does that include the police chief? Are you under that requirement?
I'm under that requirement as part of a negotiated package.
Oh, okay.
So it was, I don't remember if it was in the job posting or not, but it was part of the negotiations with the board.
Oh, okay, because I see on the ordinance it's still up, saying that, but maybe we should take those down then, since it's no longer required.
Well, and I think that's a good point, Bill. I think there are a number of things in the ordinances that might have to change and be updated.
Some of the job listings say residency is nice, or, in other words, it would be appreciated. It just shows that the person has some footing in the village, has some buy-in. I didn't know that. I think I read about that years ago when the Madison Fire Department guys were required to live in Madison and something came up, but I wasn't aware it was a union issue. But I'd like to refine desire and qualified. Do we want a desired candidate or do we want a qualified candidate for our village? I'd kind of like to have QTI come and explain the process in more detail to see where we're at when we get down to qualified candidates. Just so they can explain the process. I went through it back in 2003. And we were given 3 people and there you go. So maybe a little bit more information from QTI just to explain what they're doing.
Once we get down the road, that's probably a good idea. We have Steve, then Rebecca, and then Tashidra, and then Abby.
I guess I'm wondering if the job description includes the things you're talking about, Bill, or if it's the job listing. So the people that are interested in this job know what we're looking for, what you're looking for, as opposed to a job description that tells them what the job is about. They're 2 different things.
Oh, the job description is fine as far as I'm concerned. This is more of the qualifications. Qualifications needed. It defines it a little bit more.
Okay, so at what point are you going to share more? You're going to send that to us?
I mean,
You've said you've read some things and you said some required and some desired. Are you going to send what those are, differentiate between the 2?
Oh, you mean application or job listings that I've seen?
Right.
Yeah, right here. You want to take a look at? I can.
At some point, you'll need to share them with somebody.
Oh, sure. You can pass them around. They're on, all you have to do if you want to Google Wisconsin village administrator jobs, about 10 of them will pop up and I've got them about right here. I can share with anybody.
All right, why don't we move on then? Rebecca?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood something that Steve or Al or whoever it was that said something about the residency. You said they don't have to live within the village, or we don't have to make a requirement that within, say, 6 months of securing the job that they will establish some sort of residency here. We're not allowed to do that anymore.
You're not allowed to require residency as a condition of employment.
Okay, but can we have them within the 15 miles, did you say?
Only if they're police, fire, or EMS.
So
No, nobody else can have any residency requirement.
wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay. Tashidra?
I just wanted to ask a couple questions or just make light of the needed qualifications. With this being a job description, I think the verbiage needs to be very concise and transparent and to the point. Supervisory experience, what does that mean? I could supervise children and that might count. So just really letting people know the ultimate requirements and how do we want a length of time of supervisory experience? Is there a window that we're looking for as it pertains to running our village? It's a significant amount. What does that mean? Just looking for tangible, specific, transparent verbiage so that there isn't at the end of the day, I didn't understand the requirements, or, we get candidates that are fully prepared to interview for the process. And then lastly, the bachelor's degree preferred. Being an educator at the higher level in universities, technical colleges, and also universities, I hope we don't set ourselves up for a highly educated someone who isn't prepared to run a village. So I think we need to really think about what degrees we are requiring and making sure that just because they have the degree, we really need to look at the experience, because just because you're highly educated doesn't mean that you're adequately able to address the needs. And I would hate to put that requirement on there. And then we get into a position where we have someone who has advanced degrees and running the village into a hole because they really don't understand the minutia behind the experience and the life of actually coming in. And let's be honest, Steve has done an incredible job. So I would hate to see all of that work undone just because we're focusing on degrees only. I've educated a lot of people to know that you can pass tests and not do the work that needs to be done. Luckily, it's not nursing, so we're not worrying about killing anyone, but let's, I just want to put those 3 bullet points in there. If we could just get some specifications on what does it mean to have supervisory experience, what is significant amount, and how can we measure that so that when we are interviewing candidates, we have a platform that makes it equitable across the board, no matter what candidate we get. And then I think we should really think about and talk about the different degrees that someone needs in order to run.
Abby?
Let's see, that section that we've been talking a lot about. Number 1 under qualifications needed. Yeah, I agree with Tashidra if there's things that we can do to be more specific. I do kind of feel like, at least with that degree part, I don't necessarily think a master's degree is necessarily needed or required. And it's more important probably, having work experience and on the job experience. But I do think that minimum would be bachelor's degree. And then since we're already on that part about education, I was wondering about either requiring or desiring someone with a was it called a public manager degree or license? What is it called? Public administration. What are your thoughts on that?
I know someone with a public administration degree, and it wouldn't necessarily qualify him to be running the village. It qualifies you to do a number of different things, but so I think demonstrated experience is maybe as important as the name of the degree.
Okay.
So for me, anyway.
Yeah, and the one, oh, sorry, one more thing quick. Just something that I saw in the job description that seems, I mean, unless I'm understanding it wrong or reading something wrong, but it seems a little contrary to those charter ordinances. Under number 4, administrator responsibilities, the sub 3, it says recommend to the village board action to adjust salary, promote, suspend, and or terminate department heads. I thought I read in our charter ordinance that that's always administrator, and didn't really mention that village board would be consulted or approve that.
We'll have to check that. I asked Lou to send out at the end of the day the codified ordinances, and she did, because the package we got before was a little confusing because it was a mixture of all of the years of developing ordinances. So I would check with that one, and I think we can follow up on that. All right. Rebecca and Bill, I think, did you have your hand up first?
Go Rebecca first.
Okay. Rebecca?
Yeah, I was just kind of back to that minimum qualifications. I do think at least a minimum should be a bachelor's degree. I'm not so concerned with the specific degree as much as there's something about having gone through that process. You have a liberal arts background, so to speak. It creates a foundation of knowledge upon which people build upon in their careers. It's kind of a starting point. And then their experience in whatever form of job that they may have held. I think that the combination is going to be really important. And I think just that as a kind of a baseline from which to start. And like you said before, I'm not so sure about a specific, I mean, yeah, maybe a preferred degree, but I'm not as concerned about the specific degree as just knowing that they're able to do that kind of stuff. And then what have they done since their degree? What types of job have they done? What types of experience and responsibilities? I think that we need that baseline from which to, well, kind of like what Cedars was saying, to be fair, to be equitable, and to be consistent. And so that we're not going all over the board to try and figure out who we want for this position.
Okay. I'm going to go to Bill and then to Shidra and then to Jim.
I was looking at the UTI requirements for the finance director, and it's require a bachelor's degree, 3 years of experience, prefer a CPA. I'm not so much on having them have a master's degree or a PhD or whatever. Experience counts more in an advanced degree to me. But I'd like to stick with the minimum requirements. Like I said, to make it fair and equitable to all the applicants. So we have a baseline to go by. Thanks.
Okay. You were next, I think, Jim. or Tashidra? Did you have your hand up?
I'll go. I won. So with that being said, if we are going to have a minimum degree, I would definitely entertain the idea of making sure that the school is accredited. There are a lot of institutions out there handing out degrees like it's candy. And at least if the institution is accredited, we know that they have done their due diligence to make sure that they're putting out qualified, educated students for the most part. I mean, you can pay for accreditation also, but at least they put their money somewhere. And then I would like to see a specific degree in public or business. I wouldn't want somebody, not that I have anything about art, but an art major, that's a degree. So I think the degree should match the job that they're doing so that you know they have that background education. So those are just the two things I say.
Thank you. You know, and just real quickly, I want to say that's one of the beauties of having a firm like QTI who can check all those qualifications and certifications and the quality of the schools and help to prioritize the candidates for us. Jim.
Thank you. I'm going to put Steve on the spot a little bit because I don't know your background. I'm assuming you've got probably a bachelor in some accounting or financing and
Something like that.
yeah.
CPA license.
Okay. And I'm thinking about the administrator before you. I'm assuming she probably had a background in administration,
Master's degree.
master's degree. Yep. And it's only my opinion. I would say Steve has been a better administrator than the previous one that. But I bring that up as a good point. It's the experience and the level of social skills that you bring to the table that is just as important or more important. And I appreciate what you say, Tashidra, about making sure it's the right degree, but I don't know, I think it's going to be hard to limit what is that right field of a degree. I agree with Rebecca as far as like going through the bachelor's program somewhere, being it accredited. It's a level of determination that you have to put through to get through that program, and that shows a lot of character. So I can see that as being a good minimum requirement. Other points I want to make is listing out the number of, I think it's good, or we can list out, say, the number of years of supervisor experience, or maybe the number of people you supervised. But the caution I have, and I don't know the answer to this, is how severely do we want to limit our candidate pool? And how big is the pool out there? I don't know. If we say 10 years of supervisor experience, are we going to be two people that may not be good candidates for us? Or are we going to get 20 people that we can now increase and choose the best 5 out of those 20? I don't really know, and I don't know if somebody here does or QTI, but I just don't want to put too many restrictions and limit our pool too much.
I think that's an important point. I appreciate that. Rebecca had her hand up.
Yeah, just kind of taking off on what Jim was just talking about. You know, the type, I agree. I think quantifying like 10 years of supervisory experience, that's all well and good, but what's the type of supervisory experience? I mean, you can supervise people in a restaurant or fast food restaurant. I've done that, but that doesn't qualify me for supervising, you know, a village. There's different types of supervisory experience. And I think while having some minimum qualifications is super important, looking at the type of supervision that they've done and, you know, all these other aspects, I think looking at the quality of it, you know, how directly related is it to the type of position that they're going to be fulfilling with us? You know, maybe they had something that was closely related, but not specifically related. And maybe that's good enough, but I think we need to be aware of that in looking at the quality of the type of work that they've done, because sometimes it's not specifically related, but it's peripherally related. And sometimes those people can be the best people for the job too. So I think that's just some more food for thought that we need to keep in mind.
Okay. Deshidra, then Abby, and then Bill. Were your questions done? Okay.
Let them speak.
First, I just want to say I really appreciate the dialogue that we're having. A lot of minds are better than one, so I really do appreciate that. I just want to throw out, at what point are we looking at quality versus quantity? And when we're looking at the pool, I know that we want a large pool of applicants, but I'd rather have a small pool of qualified applicants that really put their best foot forward, so that at the end of the day, it's the end users that are going to suffer. It's the end users that are going to benefit or not. And so that's what I'm thinking about when I ask these different questions of, you know, at the end of the day, when I look at my residents and my community members, what would I want? I would want quality over quantity. I would want specificity over generalization. And I think, you know, just being, just watching what has been going on lately, it's easier to have it spelled out in its entirety than to not, and then try to add to it later. And I also wanted to address, I think that there is a level of ownership with the type of degree you look at. And I know that when you go to school and you get a bachelor's degree, that's a rigorous 4, 5, 6, 10 years, however long it takes. And some people never finish, but I also understand that degrees have a reason. Like there's a reason you have a business degree, and there's a reason why you have a nursing degree. And you know, when you get into the master's, yes, that's great. They may start with something else and then jump into that, but the bachelor's really sets that foundation. And there's things that you get in the business program that you wouldn't get, you know, in a theater course or something like that. And I think we owe that to this position. And I don't want to get caught up in masters and doctorates and different things of that nature, because the entry level is what really matters to me. So that's just what I want to say is, let's not lose sight of quality when we're focused on quantity. And I think we're in a timeline here, because we don't have a whole lot of time before Steve retires. So I think we need to think about that as well. Do we want this large pool of applicants and use all this time trying to sift through it? Or do we want to just get the meat and potatoes and go after it? And those are all things that I think we'll get more information later. I just want to put that out there, that we are on a timeline as well. And so I really appreciate the discussion, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I was gonna say, just kind of bouncing back to the residency issue that we talked about. If possible, I'd be interested maybe in the job listing, like just saying that we have a preference for either current residency in the village or willingness to relocate to the village. Is that possible? Like just saying that we have that preference, not that we would rule somebody out, but that we could use it as, like if there's like 2 really qualified people and one person like either already lives here or is willing to move here, we could use that to tip it in that person's favor, or no?
I'd have to look at that specific question. I can't answer it off the top of my head, but I guess I'd question why you would put that in your advertisement as opposed to just doing it.
I guess just so they know ahead of time that we'd like that. I mean, unless that's just me that's interested in that.
Well, and the one other option we could look at is if we find a really qualified person and they happen to live on the east side of Madison and you really wanted to come here, you could offer an incentive package if they lived here. possibly. So we could look at that. Colleen?
Well, we're certainly not experts. Does QTI have any input into how to best write up something like this? How narrow or
Yep.
wide you want to leave open? Maybe we should, I agree with the, the minimum requirements of bachelor's degree. We've all met those people with the upper end degrees that couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. So let's not hang everything on that master's or doctorate degree. I think it is very important that people have people skills. That probably means more than fancy degrees. So that's my 2 cents, but let's get some input from the experts on how you most successfully write one of these.
Okay, I think that's a good suggestion. And to Shidra and Abby's points about time is important. We need to get this done and the profile done so that we can get it posted. Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Colleen. Let's have QTI look at it, see what they suggest. They've done this many times. That's their job. And I agree with the degree part. My daughter-in-law has a degree in medieval literature or a PhD. And okay.
Steve had his hand up.
Yeah, so pretty much this entire conversation is what you want this person to be, not what you want them to do. So I think what you need to work on is what you want them to do. And then QTI can help draft, what does that mean? How does that translate into what you're looking for? And what the qualifications or skills or background is for that person, to be able to fulfill that job description. So that's a distinct difference. And I think the job description does have some of that stuff at the bottom. I think that's more on an exit basis to say you're really not this. I think, in transitioning from my dual role here to something else, that's where I think you folks should probably focus a little bit. Do you want this a combined position? Do you want a standalone as administrator? And then what? What do they do differently than I'm doing now? How do they fill their time? And that will help if it's influenced in, and let's use any department head here, HR, economic development, public service, park, rec, natural resource stuff. If we had a gap there, which we don't, that's maybe what you're aiming at. And that we haven't talked about, or you haven't talked about, or do you just want to say this is an administrator, very important job, focus more on X, and maybe it's public affairs, dealing more with what happens at the state capitol or the county, or trying to influence that type of thing, or outreach to the community, things that maybe I don't have time for right now. Interaction with the board. Maybe there's some gaps in that because I have 2 roles. That's, I think, what you need to look at in that position, that job description, and what they do, not who they are. And I think then they'll be able to do a better job of finding that person and that fit. And that the degree or lack of degree or whatever will come out in that, if that makes sense, what you want them to do. Now, a lot of things you've talked about and what you want that person to be, I wouldn't qualify. And the reason I got this job is because you knew me, or the previous board knew me and trusted me and how I interacted with staff. I think that's also important. So the administrator dispatches, trusts, sets people up to succeed, motivates, seeks good talent, keeps them around. That's not necessarily a degree.
Yeah.
Also interacts with developers and the public. So it's.
Yep.
I'm done.
All right, Jim?
That's actually something I was going to mention, Steve, is like, I know you do spend some of your time interacting with developers, and that, I think that happens in the majority of municipalities. I don't know for sure, but that also doesn't necessarily mean that has to happen in the next administrator. It could fall more on Michelle if that wasn't the administrator's thing. So I think that's a real good point. What do we see that happening?
Thank you. Abby?
It's funny that Steve mentioned, like, what would this person do in this position, or this position according to the job description? because I was thinking that there was something that I didn't see on there. I don't know which section we want to put it under, like maybe administrative responsibilities. It could be leadership as well. It's kind of wide ranging, but I was thinking about we could include ensure and oversee villages equal opportunity. Sorry, ensure and oversee villages equal opportunity employer status and ongoing diversity, equity, inclusion work.
All right, and that may be something that would fall into the administrator kind of overseeing the HR department that has that responsibility. So it may not be that we want to specify. I mean, we wouldn't probably go to Judd's department and say, you know, oversee the stormwater management program, oversee, you know, the engineering pieces. So I think we have to think about how much specificity we want to put in there. And I understand why you might want that one in separate, but I think we have to think about that. One of my thoughts based on, I don't know who said it, Jim or Bill or somebody, was maybe there isn't a whole lot of issue that's been raised with the general description. It's more on the qualifications. Maybe we go out to QTI and get their support and assistance with this. And then we bring a process back to kind of rate and look at what they're suggesting and looking at some of the options. We talked about that in the beginning, and I think there are many options and many potential ways we could structure this. So if people were comfortable, I would agree to work with QTI and Corey, well, I guess Lou, to get some of this into QTI's hand and get their support. All right, hands everywhere.
Question, quick
Yep.
question.
Yep, Rebecca?
Just a little clarification on what you just said. Would it then come back to us for a final, like,
Absolutely.
action?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I just was trying to get someone else to give us some input because we could talk all night. That was my goal.
Yeah,
Jim?
I like that.
Well, I'm just wondering if we, in my opinion is that we'd have some sort of pool of about 10 to 20 people to choose from. That's sort of what I'm thinking. When I talk about like not having too high of a standards, I don't want our pool to be 2 people that we figure out when we talk to them that we don't feel they're qualified. And then we're now back to square one at reapplying for more candidates. And I also don't want a pool of 200 that we have to sift through to find out, but I don't know if other board members are with me in that sort of number. That's sort of why I'm asking that if we're going this QTI, is there like a number of candidates we're sort of aiming to get?
I don't know that we've ever talked about that, and I don't know if it's possible to predict. I mean, they may look at us and say, you know, we don't have a lot of candidates who are interested in DeForest, but certainly they're experienced in drawing from candidate pools and recruiting from, you know, distance as well as locally. And I think they can give us some advice on the best way to get that qualified pool. And I would be surprised if we didn't get at least 10. I don't know that, but I would be surprised. Steve, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, so if, when I talk to QTI or Lou or whomever, are you committing to using them? Or are you saying, come before us and market yourself and tell us how you do things first? Get comfortable with that.
Good
because
question.
I don't know that they're gonna do a ton of effort here without knowing that they're gonna get some pay on the back end.
Absolutely. QTI is who we agreed to use for the finance director. QTI was Michelle. Yep. And the public services director, they've done good service for us. So I would recommend it, but I would also entertain a motion to negotiate an agreement with QTI for this position.
I would so move.
Negotiate an agreement with QTI.
We have a motion by Colleen, a second by Rebecca.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, so we'll talk to QTI and we'll get it moving. All right. I don't think we can do any more on that item tonight, so we'll keep it moving forward. If we stall long enough, will Steve not go away?
No.
All right. All right. New business. Discussion and potential action regarding filling a police officer position at the DeForest Police Department. Chief Olson.
Yep, hopefully this is a little bit easier. So I put a memo in your packet for you. July 30th, I had one of my officers approach me and advise me that she is going to be taking a 3-year military deployment with a weapons of mass destruction unit in the Army Reserve. What that will effectively do is take her off the payroll and off of all of the books for the department for an extended period of time, which puts a very adverse reaction in department staffing. Fiscally, the position is already there, but we won't be paying her obviously for that period of absence. The Uniform Services Act basically says I have to keep her position for her upon her return. Everything basically freezes. So she gets, upon return, she would get like any vacation advancement, things of that nature, but there'd be no fiscal additional payment for her. She would not accrue any additional leave while on deployment, but we have to have a position for her. So what I'm seeking is asking for the board's approval to basically, I put it as overfill the position, understanding that likely within 3 years, I'd be coming back to the board to seek authorization to increase police officer staffing by another position. As we continue to grow, development continues to happen, additional businesses move to the village. It's important that we have the ability to provide law enforcement services and protect our infrastructure. So what I'm seeking to do is overfill the position by one officer, knowing that within 3 years, I will be back to ask for an additional position by that point. What I'll do is I'll be freezing her position inside the department. So upon return, basically, there would be an added position waiting for her. So we wouldn't lose out that way. I've asked the officer if it's likely the position the deployment would end early. And the answer is absolutely not. It's basically a 3-year deal. And oftentimes they try to re-up the person because there's significant training from the armed forces for this position that she's basically getting. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have, but that's kind of the reason I'm here this evening.
All right, questions? Abby?
Yeah, just wondering, what are, I guess, the range of options to respond to that issue and pros and cons of each? Just wondering if there are other options considered or possible.
I mean, the really options we have are basically overfill a position so that we can remain at full strength, staffing wise, or not fill a position and be shorthanded. The reason I'm asking to overfill and allow us to remain at full strength is currently I have an eligibility list with the police commission that has a certifiable. In other words, as we explained in our meeting the end of June, the person is through a DOJ training process. If we onboard that person, if they get through the medical, the background, the psych, they can come right into the police force, go right on field training. They're certifiable. There's no cost, no lag time. The adverse part of not filling the position is really this strain on staff. Okay, I have one officer who's in the academy. He started last week, Wednesday. He's not able to go on the street now till December 17th because he won't be certified until that point. We have another officer that's on field training right now, doing a great job, learning a lot. He's got a little bit of experience, so he's coming along, but he won't be off field training till November. Every time you do that, it slows things down. In other words, there's not quite as many units on the road for patrol. We have a minimum staffing of 5. Right now, I have 9 available that can fit for that with off days, vacations, That means one person can take off a day if I don't fill the position. And it gets to be an emotional and a stress compounder for staff, not to be able to take vacation, not be able to take off for family events. And also having to work alone. There's times when I'm at a minimum staffing of 5, and I'm trying to get it to 6 is where my goal is, so that there's double shifted all the time. In other words, there's always 2 officers on duty. But at 5, as a minimum staffing, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 11 a.m., there's 1 officer on duty. Now, there might be a supervisor as a force multiplier to be out on the road, another body on the street, another person to see. We can call for mutual aid from Dane County, and we can get a response from Sun Prairie as well. But with what I believe our taxpayers deserve, I feel like having full staff as the police officer position is what they really deserve, and what, they contribute for every year through their property taxes. And I really feel like it's the best position for us to take. The other officer that I have on the eligibility list is a female officer, so it would be a female going on deployment if everything was to work out, a female officer coming in onto the department, which I also find valuable.
Thank you. Rebecca and then Colleen.
Yeah, thanks for this, Chief. I support this, by the way. I did have a question, or 2 questions, actually. You've already answered one, but while she's on deployment, I know we won't be paying her salary. Will we be paying her benefits?
No.
Okay.
Everything freezes, and she
Okay.
becomes basically an employment of the United States government, and they pick that up.
Okay, and I'm trying to remember what my other question was. I got distracted. I'm sorry. Rabbit. Okay, I think that's probably all I need for now. You've answered what I need. Thank you.
Colleen?
Are you looking for a motion, or what do we need here? I would like to make a motion to give the chief the authority to fill that position.
I second.
We have echoes of second. Bill, all right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jim?
I just want clarification, and I'm assuming it's there from what I've heard, is that this is already in our budget. So it's to me a little bit of a non-question because it's budgeted already.
So the officer that would be coming off of the payroll is a 4-year officer at step 4 of the pay scale. The officer coming in would effectively be at the first step. So there's a slight wage savings that way. But it's budgeted, yes.
I would look for some time to talk to you, Chief, just to better understand your staffing, because I got a little bit confused there when you're saying minimum of 5 and we have 9, and still having periods where we maybe only have 1 officer on the street.
Absolutely.
I'd like to understand that.
Talk anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
I might just want to ask, you said 1 officer in 3 years. I think we're going to look at 2, or the way things are going.
Potentially, I can't predict that, but I know that within 3 years, I'd likely seek 1. That's why I use the word likely, because it's very strongly possible I could be needing more. I just don't know until we get to that point.
All right, thanks.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
One more thing. Would you please convey to Officer Summers, correct?
Not to be named, but.
Not to be named. Okay, would you please convey to the anonymous officer how much we appreciate her service to our country as well as to our village, and wish her all the best.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point, Colleen. All right. Discussion regarding Fireman's Park Phase 3 and DeForest Street project between Village Hall and Fireman's Park. Reese and Judd and Greg. It's a team.
Yeah, it's the fun Parks and Rec team. So Reed, I like it. Or Reeg, is that what we said? Agreed, whatever. Yeah. So in the packet was the memo, just briefly talking about it. So there's been a lot of discussions about the different phases of Fireman's Park. And in the next phase would be the pickleball courts. I will get to that. Thank you. So one of the things we were looking at the CIP is to look to complete one of the main focuses of phase 3 of Fireman's Park, which would be adding the pickleball courts. We think it's something that, you know, even if the proposal of the pool would to go into Fireman's Park, that's not something that would be impacted by us adding this amenity. And it still allows us to keep the baseball diamond by removing the outfield fence. And so that actually makes it more programmable space for us. So we could do football, soccer, those items in that area, while still being able to utilize the diamonds in the summer. So we have this along with the other vision of continuing to finish the view of Fireman's Park is actually doing a redesign of DeForest Street, which is where the farmer's market is held. And we had hoped to do a little field trip outside to kind of see it now that the farmer's market is done for the night. But it's a little difficult. So we just wanted to show some images of, you know, some of the designs we've kind of been talking about as staff to be able to best still use the space for the design, but also kind of tie it into the whole Village Hall campus along with Fireman's Park, and really just give it a softer feel. So really it's a point of discussion to kind of see if the village board is supportive of us looking this direction. As I mentioned in the memo, you know, we do have funding that would be available in the CIP and some park impact fees and then leftover existing funds. So there would not be a tax increase. Judd, Craig, have anything to add?
Yeah, this is just conceptual. There's a variety of options we can do. We've talked with Blake about some other options, and we've talked with staff here ourselves and Steve included to possibly even just altogether ripping up the street and filling it with grass, and you can put mat down and have grass grow through, but you could still have cars, so you could still do the farmer's market there, but it'd be more visually appealing. But so there's a wide range of things we can do, but just conceptually, if the board's supportive, we can move forward further with Blake and coming up with some plans for it.
Judd, what are we looking at there? What is that?
So this is the closed portion of DeForest Street. So you can see this is Commons. This is where we are like right now.
Right. I mean, what is the brown?
It's like colored concrete. So let's see.
So that's like a stage?
So this would be a seating area that would be built up. And then this is some.
It's like the panels that are on the back of the amphitheater, the music hall, just turned sideways, or the same that are above the pergola on the splash pad there. If you've looked at the roof, that's what those panels are. So they're just turned sideways to add a touch of whimsy to the street and festoon it, if you will.
So if you look, this would be actually a ramp down so that this would all be level here. And then there would, again, these are conceptual, so it's not like this would be the final design, but then this would be the bricks that grass would grow through. And then this would just be different concrete that would kind of make. So it's just more of an aesthetic look with some ideas of built-in ping pong tables that would be permanent park fixtures, geez. And then, you know, maybe like bag toss over here or cornhole, whatever you would like to call it. And then these would be some bump outs that would actually be benches, but then would have some planters in there.
And I think we have Rebecca with her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. The first time I looked at this, I was like, what in the heck? because I thought that was a dance floor there for a minute. They're in the middle, but now that you've explained that a little bit more, it makes better sense. I do like the stuff along the sidewalk area, you know, like the seating areas. And like, I think those must be like ping pong tables down towards the other end. Is that what that is? What kind of a conceptual thing? I'm assuming that would be like a seasonal type thing. But I'm not real keen on that center part. And like you said, I think there's other options. If we're going to have that as like a seating area type thing, and I'm assuming cars can drive over that too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, if we're going to have like a seating type area, it's, I don't know, it's that, I'm not keen on that center area at all.
Okay. Other questions, Jim?
Yes. A question being, is this you're saying is conceptual, so it would come back as far as when we get a better idea of what the board or you guys want. But as far as what I originally thought was going to happen is when that was developed, I thought that road was all going to be gone, and I thought it would be good for really the village hall to feel part of the park. I see now what it can be used for the market, so I can understand incorporating that use. But I would still like a bit more of a feel of the village hall being connected to the park. So I would advocate for removal of some stalls and get some grass flowing through the roadway, be it if you have to put in the plastic mesh so a car can drive over it, that's maybe fine, but.
I think our overall staff vision would be to remove all the curb and gutter to level the road, put some dirt in there and make it feel part of the park instead of a road. So there's still some work definitely to do on that.
Yep, and I see that colored concrete is more or less the patio of the village hall. So again, connecting it to the park. And the one other comment I do have, it's on a different slide, is the pickleball court. The comment I was going to make is why that location, because it looks like that's sort of requiring the removal of the baseball diamond, but you commented something different, Reese, that you could still use baseball even with the pickleball court there.
Yeah, so this is pretty close. We actually asked to shift over the pickleball from the master plan of Fireman's Park. We asked to shift the pickleball courts over a little closer to the basketball courts. But with the location of that, we would still be able to host youth baseball at Fireman's Park. We wouldn't be able to do adult softball or anything like that. But by removing the outfield fence, we actually have the fencing for the infield only goes to this location. So the likelihood of a youth baseball or softball player hitting it to where the pickleball courts would be minimal. I think it would, unless they're hitting a home run. It's not gonna happen.
Is there any thoughts of moving the pickleball, say, north adjacent to the parking lot? Or is there just,
You mean up here?
yeah,
It's all possibility for sure. It does drop off there and there's some storm sewer work that would need to be done for conveyance of stormwater. Kind of where that large tree is, there's a field in it there that's pretty low.
okay.
So-
Think of,
And this does allow us to actually really utilize this space a lot better for green space where we can do other programming. Like I said, we would be able to probably fit 2 soccer or football fields in this green space here with these gone. So if we move the pickleball courts up there, we would have to be a little more creative about how we would have to do that, where here we could really use them like side by side. Also are able to have this concreted area between the basketball and pickleball courts as kind of a multi-purpose area for seating for both basketball and or pickleball.
can I ask what the number 6 is? Is that a shed or a rest area?
The shelter.
Yep, it would be a future open air shelter, like the small shelter outside.
Thank you.
The other thing that we try to keep in mind is the 4th of July event happens down here and they're always asking for more space and they struggle with the outfield fence there. So this would give them more space to do stuff as well and potentially more seating for folks to watch the fireworks that they put off in the far diamond, right? So I think it just gives Reese and a lot of and then the chamber more options to utilize that field and that park.
And so, oh, Abby?
I was wondering with the pickleball courts, would it have a fence around it?
Yep, so there would be minimum, we would have 7-foot fence.
Okay. I have heard people off and on throughout the years asking about pickleball and some of them, well, I know we have some at Tierney Park, but some of them say that's a bit far for them, but and then and plus if there's a lot of people doing it, probably helpful to have more in one park having it. I guess my thing about the area right here between Village Hall and Fireman's Park, I wasn't too sure to what to make of it at first. Because I did know that we were hoping to eventually like make it more like a more sophisticated, more park-like area. And I'm not sure about that middle area, but I am curious, like I am interested in like the ping pong tables, and I think you said the cornhole toss. If there's things that, I was wondering if that area could be part, obviously a community space, but also if we can put in little amenities that would appeal to like the preteen and teen crowd, because I think that's a huge demographic. And is the ping pong and cornhole like kind of to meet that? And are there other things that we could do as well? Like maybe that, I don't know. I don't really have any ideas. I just like, I see the potential there and I'm like, what are like, how could we expand that more, because I think it does look nice, but I really, and I see so many teenagers hanging out down there. So like might as well, like if they're already there, I think it's great that we got those great basketball courts. They are using it like a lot. So if we can do some more of that, like just, and maybe even like talk to them while they're hanging out and say like, what else would you like to see in Fireman's Park,
So, okay, Bill, and then we want to wrap it.
Yeah, this will be short. I agree with Rebecca and Jim's assessment. I'd like something softer. At first I thought those boxes were grind boxes and the skateboarders would just love them. I'd like something else besides what's out there. It looks, I know it was planned and, street and things have changed, but I'd like to see some more different concepts of that. And the pickleball courts on the news this summer, 2 communities have either added or built pickleball courts, and there was a fundraising effort. I think Sun Prairie raised, 60,000. I mean, if there's interest in pickleball, I cannot believe it, but could there be a fundraising effort for these people? I mean, with the skateboard park, they wanted people to donate, show there is interest in it. Skateboard park raised, I think, somewhere around $30,000, and we don't have one, but is that a possibility? I mean, even having 6 versus 8 courts. I mean, I always want to go big, but I'm just afraid it could be a fad in 5 years. You're mowing it over 10 years.
Yeah, and I mean, that area you could repurpose it for other things in the future. I mean, it could turn into a basketball court. We could turn it into tennis courts, but
What do you think an 8-court pickleball court would cost? 400,000?
probably. I mean, you can do fundraising opportunities for anything. I think we'd have to be cautious. We've have a lot of opportunities where we've tried to do fundraising for the splash pad, for the athletic complex, for, our tree program. We have a lot out there right now. And so to add another one just kind of dilutes the opportunities we already have available. So I don't know if that would be an area we want to focus on. And, ultimately we do have existing funding that would be available to complete the project.
Just to agree with Abby, we don't have anything for preteens and teens besides the basketball court. It's time we start looking at options. Thanks.
Jim?
Super quick, one idea I had with Bill's comment is was the sponsorships where they had the signs in the outfield. And maybe we could do a similar program for the pickleball court. It might just be different types of sponsors that might put a sign up on the fence there.
Okay. So what you're looking for from us tonight is interest in moving forward with these plans and the feedback that we gave you. So
If you like it, instead of a thumbs up, maybe you can just do a one finger up and the appropriate pointer finger.
Jim. All right, all those who want to move forward.
That's taking into consideration suggestions that we made?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay,
Yes.
here we go.
We would
Thank
bring
you.
something back to you.
All right. Oh, you could. We have a request for a break, so let's take a 5-minute break. All right, we're reconvening. If not everyone saw it, there is a chocolate fix and other snacks over there, so help yourself as needed. Are we all back? Okay. The next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding board and staff interaction. This is an item that has come forward in discussions with staff and concerns that have been raised. I think we all know how busy our staff is and how talented they are. But what we've learned is that work requests from the board have impacts on their other work obligations, feel weighty when they come to staff, and can have significant cost implications. Also noting that some of the requests that are brought to staff are brought somewhat disrespectfully or in a manner that can make staff feel like we have lost confidence in them. Some of the requests can feel a bit accusatory. In order to deal with this, we need to look at how we are going to manage the workflow that we bring to staff by sorting what needs to go through Steve, what and when requests need to go to the board, and what can go directly to staff. We have a need to both discuss this and to think it through. Lou has developed a trustee communication decision tree for us to use as a guide in helping us work through it. And I'd like us to discuss it and hopefully adopt it so that we can develop a better relationship with our staff. And again, let them know how much we respect their work and how much faith we have in what they do. So Lou's going to put it up. Giving her a minute to do that. I never know how they find all these files.
I'm sorry, just give me 1 minute. here. I don't know why I can't see it.
I think you're over it with your box. I think if you go down,
No, this is, Oh, Steve, if you want to share it now, if I can have that.
While they're doing that, let me just say that
Oh, here. I've got it, Steve, sorry.
you got it. That what this tree is going to show us that there are different kinds of requests and different kinds of information that we need to share with staff. And we're going to try and help define some of it, and then we can discuss it. Oh, I see it behind the screen.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not great at making this bigger and moving it around like you see some people do. So we're gonna do our best here together as a team. And if you have any questions, let me know. I was asked to put this together. I put it together today, so it's fresh for all of us. I kind of viewed the direction I was meant to take as two different tiers when it's appropriate to talk with staff and when it's appropriate not to. The first one was if you have a question about a packet item for village board or the committee of the whole meeting, please do reach out to those staff members and ask them directly. Or items that require immediate attention because there could be a public safety concern or the fact that you need to appear to a non-village board or committee of the whole meeting, then in those cases, you're going to work directly with staff. Jane, am I doing the right thing here? How you want me to proceed with this?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. The other options that we kind of discussed and came up with is if it's not those items, then what do you need to do? And just kind of take a moment and think to yourself, what kind of item is this? Am I asking for a directive or a concern or a request? Those types of things are where you want a staff member to do research for you, or maybe talk about code interpretations or water flows on street. Or a request could be something like, I want some information on XYZ or information on a development. And then we're asking you to pause and ask yourself, is this something that I should go to the board and get the board's agreement to proceed on this prior to having the staff work on it? An example of that is this item really budgeted? Because if it's not budgeted, we don't have the funds saved for that to actually spend the money to do those items. And if the answer to that question is this something that should go to the board and be talked about before the staff is directed to do those items, then yes, you should go to the board and we'll have an agenda item on the agenda to talk them over. If no, it's something that I feel it needs to be done now, then we recommend that the board contact the administrator for that administrator to determine the appropriate staff person and if they have the time or the materials or the budget in order to do those requests that are being asked of them. The final category of directives that we're seeing are more accusatory directives. Examples of that are just questions regarding developments, complaints about staff or consultant, financial concerns of developers, things of that nature. We would like those to go directly to the administrator and have him decide how to handle those types of comments. Okay. So this is certainly nothing that we're recommending is in gold or in stone. We certainly want to have dialogue and communication about this so we can all proceed together in a path that works for all of us. This is just a guideline that we came up with that we felt that would be a good starting point to start the conversation.
Thank you. And you did a wonderful job with a short amount of time. So thank you for doing that, Lou. I know sometimes when we just jam a request at a staff member, we don't think about how it relates to other things going on in their jobs. But we're looking for ways to help us do that and help us sift through through things. And, I have gotten calls from staff members who say, I feel like I'm being bullied, or I feel like I'm being pressured, or I don't feel good about this request. What do I do? And I think in part, if we can think about what we're asking for and work with Steve and bring things to the board, if they have cost implications, we'll start to take the pressure off of staff. So with that, I want to, just for a period of time here, open this up for discussion and clarification. Abby.
Well, first thing that popped in my mind, well, I think this is a good thing to discuss, and I appreciate Luann making this. I guess this might be more relevant to me, but maybe it'd be useful to other people. Some came up today where I remembered that the water fountain at the shelter over there in Fireman's Park didn't work last time I was there, and it had issues when it first put in. And I talked to Judd about it. Not necessarily like you need to do something now, but like, I didn't know if he was aware, if he knew that I had heard other residents wondering about that. So I guess with this decision tree, should I have went to Steve and he would have instead relayed that to Judd, or should I have brought it up during a meeting?
Steve.
Good question. This is a rough draft. It was put together today, but one of the things we talked about is if it's informational, either requesting information or sharing information, that's something of public service. I think that's fair to go to Judd or Reese, or Greg, I guess. It doesn't necessarily need to be public safety, but that's, one of those immediate things. Go take care of our community. That's important. You guys are all the eyes and ears of that stuff. We want your help there. If there's Canadian thistles in places where kids are playing, let us know about that. But if it's, we don't care with how you're taking care of the parks in general, then let's circle back and take a look at kind of broader. Does that make sense?
Some of the other examples that we talked about today is, broken glass in the street. Let public services know. If we see that there's a sign broken off, there's something that could cause harm to a person or a vehicle, or, to facilities of the village, we need to let them know about that. But then we need to think about other things. I mean, you could have a concern around town, or a road, a concern, whatever the concern might be, and call for a big discussion and get 3 people out there and hold a meeting and spend $1,000. And, I think it's at the point where if we have a concern and we raise it either through Steve or directly with the services staff, then that's probably we need to leave it with them. We're policy, they're staff, they have the capacity and the skills to fix things, and we need to let them do that.
I just add one thing I forgot to add that I think is important. At the bottom of this decision tree, I did just make a little note because I think it is a distinguishing fact that needs to be made. Staff works for the administrator, and the administrator works for the entire board. So when we get directives from the board, we're not sure always if we should be doing those items, because the administrator really is the person who should be directing staff to do things. And so I think that's the other component of this. We wanted to make sure that the board understood that when they're directing us with things, it puts us in a tight spot.
You mean individual board members?
Individual board members reaching out to staff individually, the directive that we haven't been directed by the administrator to do.
Okay. Questions, comments? I think, oh, I'm sorry, Colleen.
This is the first time I've been on the board for a while, and this is the first time I've ever seen that we needed a decision tree. I guess staff is here to do a job. We pay them to do a job. We trust them to do a job. Now let's let them do their job. Why are we pestering them? Leave them alone. That's not what we're here for.
Good point. Good point.
That's all.
We have many instances though of it. I mean, we have seen our monthly legal fees, as much as we love to pay legal fees, have gone up significantly over the last few months. You know, we have seen an increase in other budgets, and so we need to think about it. And we can, in fact, if the board decides those are important things for us to do, bring it to the board. We'll discuss it. And if that's the direction we want to go, we can let people know that. We are looking at putting a item on each agenda under the president's report that will also allow us to put some of those items, and we'll talk about that later. But we need to also think about our staff and think about our tone. I'm very concerned about staff feeling the pressure or feeling discomfort or feeling like we've lost confidence in them. And so I think we need to take heed and look for a way to prevent that from happening. I'm sorry, Jim. I must not have any vision on this side of my head tonight.
I just want to talk about something that's happened in my past. And I look at Brandy, how long have you been in your job? And so how long have I been pestering you? But I remember years ago that I am someone that can look at a site plan and find comments pretty quickly based on my background. And for a time, I would bring those questions up at the meeting. And it wasn't always being able to be answered there because it was putting people on the spot. And I also was told how it became a perception of that committee, the planning and zoning, and mainly being me, feeling like developers are coming in and getting too critical of a review. And that was not my intention. I was always positive about the development, but my number of questions seemed negative. And what we worked out, I remember the discussion with Steve, is that I had a meeting set up with Brandy so I could answer the questions, and she'd have a day to actually reach out to the people that would have the answers. And I think it's just as important to make sure that we're having a good public perception and that we want to work with everybody. So I think that's something else to take into account, is the not say put people on the spot where they don't have time to react, try to give them enough heads up. Most of the planning and zoning questions are just say a quick call to Judd or Matthew is the answer, but I know that's something that I work through, and that's what I recount when I see this decision tree. And I think I probably fall somewhere in there under the concern, but I apologize, Brandy, for pestering you for whatever 10 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I was talking about that particular.
I know.
That's more of a partnership thing there. That's, I mean, but if you're just bringing stuff in out of the blue to staff because you think it's a good idea, probably not.
And I think the chair of a committee and the staff person have to have a relationship to negotiate how to operate committees. So I commend you for taking time to do that.
I was not the chair at the time.
Ah. Confession.
But we have a great relationship now.
That's good.
No.
Abby?
Yeah, I was just gonna second what Jim just said about like it's helpful if you know that, like if you reading the packet ahead of time and like you're gonna have a question that like staff won't expect, or that they might not necessarily know off the top of their head, to just send them an email like, I'm planning on asking you about this, so that they have time to, if there's certain research or pulling up a document that they need to do. And also I was thinking too, because I think back a lot when I was a new trustee, and this would have been really helpful because I know I made at least like one mistake with one of these. And I did learn through time, like, oh, okay, that probably wasn't a good way to approach it and trying to improve. And then I'd also say like, similar to like our code of conduct that we agreed to, like, I know I personally, like, if anybody spots me doing something that's like contrary to this or, feels a little uncomfortable or feels like it's, whatever it is, either just let me know, like either through, one-on-one or who would otherwise like follow up if somebody did, like going forward, if somebody did something that was contrary to this communication tree and was like either inappropriate or accusatory or something like that. Is that something like Steve would follow up with or you, Jane, or I guess who does that go to?
Steve or I. Yep. We also, I think, need to remember when we're communicating, if we have a list of questions that are extensive and that the whole board might like to have this information at the same time or appropriately should, then let's bring that to the board and the board can decide if that's they want to pursue and bring staff in to present to us. Because it's just very time consuming to answer the same questions for each of us individually. So. Ms. Tashidra.
I just wanted to say that I like the idea of this. I like the transparency, but also the autonomy and ownership of what this document brings forth. I think it gives trustees a clear-cut, way of addressing staff and moving through questions, but I also think it gives staff an understanding of how the workflow should happen. Because there's nothing worse than getting a call or getting an email and you're like, I don't know what to do with this. And so I think it also goes along with the discussion that we had prior about that new trustee orientation or, continuing ed for continued trustees, just as like a refresher, because sometimes you get into a groove of doing things and you forget, oh yeah, let's circle back around to what we agreed to or what works best. And I think the more collaborative we can be, the better it is for our constituents, because I don't want to, get to the point where you're like, oh, I'm sorry I did this, because then everybody's walking around on eggshells and we're not getting anything done effectively. There are some, no-brainers that we should just respectfully have for one another, but I think this document just totally helps with the common sense, because it's not always common, nor is it always there. And so I really do like this document. I think because it's in its infancy and we just looking at it right now, there's a lot of things that we can work on. And so we should just keep that in mind. And if we have any suggestions, who would we send that to? If we have any thoughts about it, how do we collectively put those together so that we're all well versed on the different things that people are thinking about? Because I may have a suggestion that is different from what Abby has, but I think all of our ideas, including the staff, I would welcome, what would help you feel like a valued employee? What would help you feel like we are encouraging you to grow and develop in your role while understanding that you get your directive from the administrator and the administrator gets their directive from the board. I think this is a learning opportunity and I'm really grateful that it came up because times are changing. And we need to put things in place that no matter who's sitting in these chairs, they understand what is the expectation and how we can move through that.
Thank you. The one other piece that I wanted to address, and I don't mean to put Al on the spot, but when Al has been asked for legal opinions, it is not always coming to him the way that we have agreed it would. And I don't know, you have historically gotten your direction from Steve and or the board at large or me.
Yeah, and most of you weren't around at the time, so you wouldn't know this, but about 25 years ago, a policy was established that I've followed ever since, and that is that in order to control the amount of work I do, which you all have a financial interest in doing, the decision was made by the board that requests for legal opinions had to be approved by either the village president or the administrator. Now, I've gotten some requests recently. I've checked with Steve. He's authorized me to deal with them. But that's typically how it has been done. Obviously, you have the right to change that policy if you want. But that's how I operate, and because I was told to operate that way.
All right.
One more comment.
Sure.
I think the goal of this sheet is both to have a respectful communication between the trustees and staff, and also we're public servants. That's what we do. That's our job. We're here to serve not just you all, but the residents of the village of DeForest. And we want to have the time to do that effectively. So by having this type of conversation, it allows us to do our jobs the best we can. And that's why it's important we continue to have these conversations.
Thank you. Thank you. Jim.
So I'm going to ask this as a question, but I'll state sort of what happens with my job, because I'm a bit of a public servant too, is that I'm limited to 40 hours a week. So when I have night meetings, that usually means my Friday gets shorter. And I know we've had some pretty long meetings. So I'm guessing you guys might be in the same situation, being I'm thinking a lot of you are hourly. Or that does not change your Friday hours?
Can I just say, I would love to work a 40-hour week.
Okay. So thank you for your service. But I guess to continue that thought, is there a way we can organize the agenda so some staff doesn't necessarily have to stay the whole meeting too? Is that something we can look into?
We can look at that. I know that they all like to spend the time with us all as long as they can, but no, we can look at how we organize the agenda. Yeah. Steve?
And there is some flexibility in schedule, not hour for hour, but most of these people are here because they like to be, I guess, in the flow of what's happening. And that's something they've chosen to do. There were times where they don't show up if there's nothing on the agenda, and they show up anyway. So they care about all the discussion and how we cross over in departments, and we do really work together as a team. Just want to make that point. There's one other thing we were talking about previously that I still want to bring up.
Okay.
I think it's very important for the trustees to understand that staff do their jobs, and we don't like to undo things because things are happening in the background. Oftentimes there's discussion happening in the public that's premature, and staff hasn't even seen things yet. But we have trustees meeting with people, and they can't possibly know what's going on if we don't. So I would really appreciate if you folks wait until the information's in front of you, then go seek out people's comments. Or wait till staff has at least said, hey, here's our opinion on it. There's been several times, and I think planned, that there's solicited input and comment, and then now we have to undo misunderstandings, misrepresentations. They think the board believes this. They think staff's on top of this and agreeing with it already, and it's not the case. So we're fighting a losing battle to start with. I really recommend that you wait till information is provided by staff and then go solicit input or attend these comp plans. That's really where a board gets involved. Look at the comp plan, ask direction or advice from your community, get that feedback and build the policy and the plan. And then stay back and on the day-to-day stuff and let us do our job.
And I would ask if other staff had anything they wanted to say or add, or no. Okay. We'll try to be better, both in tone and in direction, and working with the communication tree and to make this a better place. So, all right. 8.4, discussion and potential action on notification of attendance at non-village board meetings. Well, this is a group number of us as well. I'm going to let Al help kick this off. This was stimulated by the need for us to follow the rules again and to notice our attendance at meetings in a legal fashion.
I guess the history is that couple of board meetings ago, I made a recommendation that when village board members attend other committee or commission meetings, that they notify the clerk so that she can post an appropriate notice of a village board quorum. That's actually something that's been done for a number of years. Not too long after that, we had a situation where 5 board members were at a meeting of a committee. The 3 that didn't have to be there were notified that that it was a potential quorum problem, but everybody stayed. So I don't know if that means people don't agree with my advice or don't, which is fine. You certainly have the right to disagree with me. But I just thought I would reiterate that my advice is that a separate notice of a village board quorum be posted if a quorum of the board is going to be present at another meeting. And the only way that's going to happen is if Luann is notified that people plan to attend those meetings.
And a blanket notification doesn't work.
My advice is that a blanket notification that's posted on every agenda is not going to be sufficient to meet the notice requirements, because it basically is wrong more often than it's right.
It puts me in a really awkward position because I'm notifying the public of a quorum of the board. And if a quorum of the board actually is not present, I'm kind of lying to the public. And so unless I know for sure that board members are going to attend a meeting, I don't feel comfortable posting a quorum notice, because the blanket notices I received are stating that they will go to every meeting unless they don't, and that's not up to me, it's up to them. So I'm been given the permission to ask that trustees let me know before every meeting that they attend, to let me know. And I've created a form to help with this so that it's not like you have to email me, or if I'm out, who's going to be minding the store, so to speak. And this form can be on the website so that the trustees can have access to it. I plan on putting it right by the videos that are now on the website. I'm happy to report. But oops, I don't want to end the meeting. Don't want to do that. That would be bad. But this is the form I've created. It's pretty simple. It's just today's date, your name, what meeting you want to attend, the meeting date, and you're signing it, hit submit, and that sends an email to me and key members of my staff so that if we get a quorum for that meeting, we'll post a notice. Pretty simple.
Okay. Jim.
So I apologize. I was one of the members that was the one that forgot the discussion that we had. And I want to add that a lot of the times I say would like to attend a committee meeting, but I don't necessarily always know it will happen depending on my workload, my actual work. I'm assuming you'd rather have me tell you that I'm thinking about it so you could post it, and even if it doesn't end up being a quorum.
Well, obviously I would love to see those 24 hours in advance because that's the law, right, Al? But
so
if
24,
something
it's not
happens where it's late minute, we can do a late notice because that's better than nothing.
Okay. But I'm glad to hear it's 24 hours and not like.
It is ideal that trustees let me know at least 24 hours in advance.
Okay.
Well, a business day, some meetings are Mondays.
And this is not just to make it difficult for people. This is to protect you as well as us. So Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to clarify, where is that format?
It's not out there yet because we wanted to have this
Oh,
conversation and
got
make
it.
sure that y'all are on board, because if y'all are not on board, then I'm certainly not going to publish this form.
I actually like this form. I think that would be really convenient if it's, especially if it's very easily found.
Okay, thank you. Tashidra? First of all, Lou, thank you. Every time we have something come up in our village meetings, that's a workflow issue that we can use to make it easier for you, the staff, and for the village board. You were spot on trying to make it better and make it user-friendly for everyone. So I just want to say that. I just want to say thank you for your due diligence in this. I think this is another tool that we can have as a community to make sure that, one, we're following the rules and regulations, but also it's decreasing the workflow. This is electronic. So now it removes the I didn't know, or it's too late, or whatever the case may be. So I like that this is something that helps us to continue to move forward in behaving according to the rules and the regulations that we vote on and we put into action. And so I just wanted to first say thank you, and then say I really do like this form. And I do like that something is better than nothing, because it sends the message that we're at least trying to do our best. So thank you.
Okay. Colleen?
Is there a punishment, or what are the ramifications of?
Can't hear you.
Is there a punishment, or what are the ramifications of, like, all these people showing up knowing they were in violation of the quorum?
They're landing.
Rebecca, there's a really low plane that's making it really loud in here, so that's why there's a
Oh.
delay.
Got it. I was like, what's going on?
All right, Colleen, I think we can hear you now.
My question was, is there a punishment, or what are the ramifications of ignoring the quorum law and going to a meeting knowing that there's too many of you there?
Under state law, there's a forfeiture if an action is brought by the Attorney General or the District Attorney. I think the maximum is $300. If the Attorney General and the District Attorney do not prosecute it and a private individual brings it, you'd also be ordered to pay their attorney fees. That's a forfeiture that would be imposed individually on each person that was in violation of the quorum rule, and it's not something that can legally be reimbursed by the village.
Okay. Bill?
Has the present posting ever been opinion by somebody like the Attorney General or something that is presently posted? Is the posting that we have now saying that board members may be present been opinion by the Attorney General or League of Wisconsin Municipalities at all?
I know the league has commented on it. The Attorney General has not.
We thought about maybe contacting them with a opinion,
Contacting which one?
the attorney, well, both.
Well, the league's already given an opinion, which is consistent with mine. I mean, we could request an opinion from the Attorney General if you think it's necessary. The point is not the wording of the notice. It's the fact that you put it on every agenda, which means you're telling the public that you will have a quorum of the board at every meeting that this village holds. That's probably true 1 out of 150 times. So the time you really do show up, you're like the boy who cried wolf. Nobody's going to show up because the wolf is never there. And that's the concern that I've got, that you're misleading the public by putting it on there and not showing up.
By saying maybe present is crying wolf?
Well, you're either crying wolf or you're telling them nothing, because a quorum of this board may be anywhere in the world at any given time. I mean, it may means it's possible. So you're either giving them no information, but I think most people would read that to say, gee, there's some reason to believe a quorum will be at this meeting.
So you'd have to give more than 24 hours notice for it to be properly noticed then. You were saying 2 hours before would be acceptable?
No, what I said was I prefer 24 hours or 1 business day notice before a meeting. But if it's last minute, something is better than nothing. But obviously legally, it should be 24 hours in advance.
Good, thanks for clearing that up. Prefer and what's legal is two different things.
How do you make a quorum notice though on only 2 hours notice, Lou?
I see you, Rebecca.
Okay, thank you.
How do I make it? How do I make it in 2 hours?
Get a quorum notice out then if you only have 2 hours notice.
We do post them very rarely, but it does happen that we have posted them very late.
It's not a good practice.
It's not a good
No,
practice.
that's
It's
why I
not
was
something we
asking.
want to do. That's why we're asking for the board to give us at least 24 hours and 1 business day's notice before every meeting.
Sure, yeah.
Rebecca?
Yeah, actually, I like this discussion a whole lot. Lou, could you tell us what the difference between the 2 notices are? I know the one that we saw, which was, I apologize. I thought it had been noticed, and that's why I didn't say anything ahead of time. And then when you told me, I was like, oops, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, could you tell what is the difference between the language of the 2 different notices?
I'm not 100% certain what you're asking, but I think what you're
in other
asking
words-
is what's the difference between this notice and a quorum
Yes.
notice that I would be
Yes.
posting?
Correct.
What, I'm going
So-
to restate what Al just stated, but I think what the difference is this is just a blanket notice that we have on all agendas. So it's kind of just saying it may happen, but that we're not sure it's going to happen. And what his opinion and the League of Wisconsin Municipalities' opinion is that we should be posting a real quorum notice
Got it.
that says that members of the village board will be at this specific meeting because there will be a quorum there, just to give the public notice that you will be attending that meeting.
So are
Does
you,
that help?
I think it does. And I think what I'm getting at is on the agendas and meeting site right now, we have 2 quorum notices, one for the 18th and one for September 9. And I'm thinking is that the difference where it has to be actually separated out?
So the
that what you
quorum,
mean?
Yep, the quorum notice I have on the screen right now is the quorum notice for tomorrow night's community workshop. It's
Okay.
specifically. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the September 9th one. Maybe I'm wishing it was September 9th, Jeb. Thank you very much. Holding
Yeah.
it back. Sorry, Madam President, I didn't mean to have that fun there, but this is an actual quorum notice that
Okay.
is specifically saying that the trustees will be in attendance at this meeting.
Got it. Thank you. That makes better sense because I was under the assumption it was on the agenda itself. The notice that gets put on, I didn't realize it had to be separated out like this. So I
That
think
also-
that's where some of the confusion has been.
All right, Steve, Jim,
Will we be removing this from the standard agenda then, the bottom part?
Should we?
The way it's worded, I don't think it has to be taken off. It is always possible that, some other committee will have a quorum that shows up. Whether this notice is going to work hasn't been tested. I'm just suggesting that it's not best practice to rely on that when you have another fairly simple solution to the same problem. So I would say you don't have to take it off. It does say may, so it's not affirmatively stating that. As long as you're consistent in posting separate quorum notices when you have reason to believe there will be a quorum, I think that's the best practice you can do at this point.
That's what we're hoping to do.
Jim?
So one question is, there's a meeting tomorrow night that I probably should tell you that I'm hoping to attend, but I'm also going out in the field, so I don't know if I'll be there on time. But I bring that up, but then I'm recounting in my head a number of different planning and zoning meetings that's in the recent past that I think we did have quorums on Zoom. Does that discount that, or we probably should have had quorum notice posted for those?
It does count on Zoom. If you're going to come there via Zoom, you should let us know so we can post a notice.
Okay, so those planning and zoning meetings, we probably should have had notices post.
Correct.
And only other note that I'm sure some of you are aware, of, we used to have like picnics, and I remember noticing annual picnic.
Saturday morning breakfast, Christmas parties at the Blount's house. I've done it all.
All right.
I think it's good to say that the reason why we do this is twofold. It's to give the public notice, but it's also to protect you that you're following open the meetings law. We're not doing this to punish anybody. We're trying to protect everybody.
Thank you. We need protection from ourselves. Bill?
So if the meeting is tomorrow night at 7, I send you an email at 6:30 the day before. It's within 24 hours or 24 hours and 25 minutes. We're good.
I guess that's what I said, but I was hoping that you would maybe let us know before we leave for the day.
Okay, thanks.
That way we actually can post it within the 24-hour notice.
Yeah, she needs to post 24 hours in advance, so you need to let her know.
While I'm still at work.
Well, yeah, and early enough that she can put that
I
together.
understand, yeah, sometimes I don't know.
Well,
And I hate to cry wolf and say I'll be there and not, and
I understand your concern, but then if there's a quorum, just know that my job is to protect you and to notify the public. But if you are there and it's breaking open meetings law, that's your responsibility.
correct.
all right. I would hope that everyone is comfortable with working with staff to make this go smoothly. All right. I don't know that we need to take action on that. We've agreed to the form, so there we go. Discuss,
Would you, I think I'd kind of like to have a motion to use the form, if that's okay. I think that would be nice.
I would move that we use the form that has been proposed and that it be implemented as soon as possible.
second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I add to the, say, greatest extent possible, because if I'm traveling, it might be hard for me to get to a computer and I might make a phone call instead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Do you want that added to the motion or just an understanding?
I guess I asked that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Agreed.
The
Are
second.
are you okay with that, Tashidra? You're thinking, I'm sorry. Yes. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Well, and now we're back to discussion and possible action to read.
No,
Oh,
I have my
What?
mic on even.
all right.
What's going on?
Everything's
You're
fine.
It
clarifying
was
the
just a
vote.
question about the vote, Rebecca, and Bill voted no. I did not realize that. So the vote was 6-1 on that.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, now. This talks about returning to Zoom meetings, but did we also, we have our mask stuff on here? In the same item?
Question.
Bill?
This is put on the agenda, less than 24 hours notice. Correct? I was just notified this afternoon.
It was, but it's because today Dane County came out with a mask order.
Right.
And we put it on at my direction in order to discuss it tonight and to make sure everyone was aware of it. So
So this goes back to the 24-hour notice. So are we able to discuss this? Well, it's a mask mandate, not a Zoom meeting. It's not, it's not a discussion on 10 people or more cannot be in the same building. This is just a mask.
can we move to Al?
The 24-hour notice requirement applies unless there's good cause for having a shorter notice, because the issue couldn't have been anticipated 24 hours in advance. We were at a meeting today and people were reading on their phones that this order had just been issued. And the village president thought it would be appropriate for the board to discuss how it deals with the order and the situation that caused the order to be issued, which obviously is an increase in COVID exposure. So it was put on the agenda more than 2 hours in advance, which is the minimum when 24 hours is not practicable.
Thank you. Okay. Rebecca?
Yeah, well, that part aside, one of the things that the mandate is, it's just a mask mandate. It is not a social distancing thing. I mean, it's just making sure that people are taking some precautions to alleviate as much, spread as possible. So I'm not sure why we would be going back to Zoom, especially when people are actually wanting to have these things in person, as was stated by a village resident earlier.
I understand. And that's where I was going with my comments earlier. I think the first is to talk about the mask mandate. Tashidra, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to be clear because it says discussion and possible action. So we're not making any decisions. We just had a mandate come up and we need to discuss it as a board, right? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the energy and what's going on in this meeting right now, because it seems like it shifted. And I just want to make sure that we stay on topic, because this is just a discussion, right? We're not.
No, it's possible action too.
Yeah, possible, but we got to start with the discussion first. So
Right.
I just hope that we can just get into a habit of discussing before we get energized.
Thank you. Steve?
I agree. This is on here for discussion of the board to come to consensus or conclusion of what it wants to do. Nobody's saying anything. This is an opportunity for you folks to decide how you want to protect yourself and staff. That's it. Nobody's planned it.
And let's start with understanding what's in the order. That as I understand it, the order is saying that masks need to be worn or face coverings inside for every individual age 2 and older, except when they're doing things like eating and drinking or communicating with a deaf person. But it's essentially what we had before. If you're inside, you're to be masked. Good work, Abby. And that we don't have a lot of say about. I mean, we're going to have to start masking. Should we want to take any other action, then that's a discussion. If we decide we want to go back to Zoom or not meet in person, the board can decide that. But Tashidra?
So for discussion purposes, masking is not, it's a non-issue. We have to do it. As it pertains to going back on Zoom, I really do think that if we're following the mask protocol, Zoom was very difficult and it was very painful. And even right now with Rebecca being on Zoom, it's kind of, my neck hurts with all the back and forth. But also having the continuity of conversation and discussion, it really, if we're able to be face-to-face with masks, I would definitely encourage that. Now, with that said, I do think as a board, we should think about the staff and other people's comfort levels with that. Some people are still not comfortable with only masks, right? But I, as a trustee, I like the fact that we are still able to meet face-to-face while we can. And this may change if the numbers continue to rise and the Delta variant gets crazy and then there's another one. I think we're gonna go through the alphabet pretty soon. I think while we can still meet face-to-face, I really like the community engagement. And if they so choose to be here and they're able to wear their mask, that we should honor that for as long as we can. I mean, as long as we can legally meet face-to-face, I would love to continue to do that.
Thank you. Others? Jim?
I would say I'm in the same opinion as far as long as we can meet face to face, I would choose to be here. I do particularly like having the Zoom option because I was able to attend when I was out of town, and I'm guessing there's other people that may not have my comfort level with this pandemic that would want to attend from home, or if they're off to Florida and still want to listen in, they still can. So I don't know if we need to have that discussion, but me, I think the Zoom has been beneficial to keep people in the loop, and I personally want to continue doing Zoom meetings with the in-person.
Thank you. Others? Colleen, and then Steve had
I
his
agree
hand.
with what Tishu just said. Let's meet in person for as long as we can.
Okay. Steve and then Rebecca.
Well, Rebecca had her hand up first. So
What, do you want to go first, Rebecca?
It's very brief. Tashidra, I 100% concur with what you just said. Thank you.
Okay.
I said it great.
Steve?
try to say this very carefully. Does the board want to be proactively focused, and if the county or some other agency say social distancing is now required again, that you meet via Zoom?
Deshidra?
I like the wording of your question. That was very nice. I think we should act as we're being directed to act. I think if we try to be proactive and anticipate what's coming, we may restrict ourselves faster than we need to. And then we have to deal with the fallout of that, right? You guys are doing this, but Dane County didn't even say we have to. And let's be honest, people aren't even masking, right? People are dying left and right, and people aren't even masking. This mandate came out today, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox. This mandate came out today, but it's not going into effect until when?
Tomorrow.
Right. So let's not get into the minutia of that. I just to answer your question and to keep us on task, because it's 9 o'clock now, I think we should function as we are directed, so we don't take ownership of something that we're not directly in charge of. And I do want to reserve the right to have that discussion about continued Zoom meetings. I think it's great for trustees to have that flexibility and for staff to have that flexibility so that we can always have quorum and continue to run the village business. So that was twofold.
Okay. Abby and Colleen.
I was just gonna say, I guess at this point, I can't say if it'll change in the future, if things change with numbers, but I guess I don't really have a strong opinion either way. If people want to meet in person, I'm happy to continue to do that. And I appreciate having the Zoom option for trustees or residents or staff that would rather, for whatever reason, do it over Zoom. I just think that's a really great service that we have. So thanks again, Luann. And I guess my only thing is like, where is staff? Is there a way, like, do we know how staff feel about this? Because I'm looking around, like half of us that are here at pretty much every meeting are village board, but then the other half is staff. So is there a way to get that input, or do we have that input or anything?
Are you looking forward to know what staff is thinking? Because we plan to talk as department heads tomorrow. We wanted to feel out what the board had to say tonight, and we'll interact with staff. But department heads need to talk tomorrow first, and then we'll be sharing. We'll be going back to mass. We're going to still keep Village Hall open. We're not going to focus on social distance. Everything your folks are doing, we're planning on doing. But I just haven't had a chance to interact with the various departments and how they do their jobs. So that's what we want to do first.
Okay. All right. Colleen, did you get your point in?
I think Steve's question was, do we want to be proactive and do the social distancing at this point? Was that the question?
No, my question is, does the board want to prepare and say that if the county comes out with social distancing, then the board would meet via Zoom and not in the room? So so let's say before the next meeting, the county says, or the data shows, and the county says social distancing. You need to then come back to this boardroom somehow, and Lou has to make that happen for you guys then to say, let's meet remotely again. But if you were to say tonight, if that should happen and the county mandates that, then we automatically know we don't have to set this room up, set up a special meeting like that.
Okay.
I would say that if that's what they go to, that's what we go to. And yeah, let's lay it out ahead of time that if social distancing becomes something we need to do, then we're automatically going to do it.
Rebecca, Tashidra, and I don't know if Abby had her hand up. All right. Rebecca?
Yeah, I would concur with that, I mean, it seemed kind of like what Steve was saying, if the county actually mandates that for social distancing, I think it is kind of stupid to come back into a social distancing situation just to say, oh, we're going to do this, via Zoom. Kind of like what we did with coming out of or coming back into in person. We had it set up so that it would kind of automatically start again. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we should probably do the same thing here.
Okay.
Just kind of follow the guideline of whatever the county is saying to do. We live in the county, so.
Does somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
I suggested that already. I guess I wasn't as clear as I needed to be. I suggested that we follow the orders that come out. So if we need, and I thought that's what I said, but I'm going to say it differently. I think we as the village should follow the directives as they come out from Dane County Public Health. And whatever verbiage we need to do to make that happen, then I'm all for that. I think if they come out with a new directive tomorrow, I think we should be positioned to be able to follow that immediately, so that we're not waiting to enact and we're not doing things that they haven't said. So I said that before. And so that's what I think. I think we should just follow the orders as they come out and whatever verbiage we need to put down so that we can automatically have it roll out is what I would agree to.
And are you making a motion?
Sure, what would you like me to do?
Yeah.
I move that
Use your
we
recommended
follow
language.
yeah.
I would say to approve if the county or some other agency recommends social distancing due to COVID, that all village meetings are done virtually over Zoom.
I agree with what she said.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Jim?
Luann, can you read that again, please?
I'd be happy to. To approve if the county or some other agency recommends social distancing due to COVID, that all village meetings are done virtually over Zoom.
Okay, I think you answered the question I was going to ask. Because to me, social distancing could be that we're 6 feet apart, so we could set up the room to be 6 feet apart.
The problem with that, and we've gone through this, is
But I wanna make-
we can't have audience then.
Mhm.
And you can't have staff.
So any social distancing means we go to Zoom.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
All right, we have a motion.
Question. Sorry.
Rebecca.
Just on the verbiage of that motion, that Dane County or some other agency would mandate.
I don't know, like the CDC.
Well, I think it would, just because the CDC mandates, it doesn't necessarily mean that the county automatically mandates it though. I mean, they have been, but
There was actually another issue with what I heard being recited after the board discussion. I think you said recommendation, Luann said recommendations. I think the board is saying a mandate and order.
yeah,
And to address the other agency issue, I guess I would suggest the language be Madison-Dane County Health Department or some other health agency with jurisdiction.
Okay.
I like that better. And I think it needs to be a mandate, not just a recommendation.
Do you accept that change of language?
I accept it.
And Bill does too. Okay. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, you never know how long an item's going to take. So 9.1 ordinance amending section 3.03 of the DeForest Municipal Code to reduce the speed limit on a portion of Northtown Road to 35 miles per hour. You're on.
I got a nickname from this last time. So I brought this item before the board over a year ago, asking for a four-way stop at the corner of Van Buren and Northtown, which ultimately was turned back for more traffic study. What we're seeing is an increase in speed in that area. I'm now told it's Kathy Phillips from the school district. It's Kathy Davis when she came to public safety and requested us to review that area for reduced speed along the school. Currently, at about Jefferson Street is where the speed limit changes from 45 to 35 as you go northbound. So north of about Jefferson Street on Northtown turns into a 35-mile-an-hour speed zone. After some traffic study, we found that the 85th percentile, which is generally a good indicator of speed limit, has actually gone up to over 50 miles an hour in that area. And it's becoming increasingly dangerous to the fact of even injury accident within about the last month and still reported near misses at that intersection. So I know that they're going to do some traffic studies on the four-way stop in the near future, but in the interest of just overall vehicular traffic and safety, I'm recommending moving the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit about 850 feet south of Van Buren. So we're right about the middle of where the median area is. That way, traffic coming into the village should be at a slower pace, especially as it approaches the school, with the now 3 points of entry onto Northtown Road being Holm Street, Jefferson Street, and the community parking lot by the new pool.
So you're talking about past Club 51 and
Correct, about right where the driveway to the residence is on Northtown Road, about 850 feet south of Van Buren. Would be where the 35 would start.
okay. I would take questions. Bill?
So you're gonna go 35 and then 45 and then 35 down by Gray Road.
Well, 35 at Gray Road then becomes Windsor. So that one is out of our control, but that's what they have it posted. With the curve, I don't see you being able to go faster than 35 there. But you have a large farm field south of that area.
Right.
So
It's gonna be 45.
that would still remain as a 45, yes.
Switch to 35 down by Gray.
Correct.
And nobody slows down anyways.
I don't have
Well, they got
traffic
a
data from
fancy
that.
sign there that flashes. And that accident that I was out there a month ago, what was the cause of that? They ran the stop sign?
It's driver error.
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter what the speed limit was.
In that case, no. However, the severity of damage and injury increases as speed increases. So yes, I could argue that speed would be a factor.
Have you looked at north of Vinburn, the 35 starting instead of 850 feet to the south?
Considered it, but as we see the speed continue to increase in that area, it's now basically abutting the school property, just one residence north of Vinburn.
Have you done enforcement out there?
We have.
And what was the
I can't give you any,
ratio of warnings for?
I don't have
speed?
numbers as far as warnings versus citations, but there has been enforcement out there.
Thanks.
Jim and then Rebecca.
One clarification question. I don't know where it changes to 35. Can you tell me where that is again?
So currently it's at about Jefferson Street. If you could run Jefferson Street through to Northtown, it would be
So south
right,
of
right about where the cursor is where it changes to 35.
Okay.
I never noticed that. I'll have to pay attention.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And
School district also did request like a school zone there. I'm not really in favor of that. There's no sidewalk there. There's no trail there. The only thing that there's no pedestrian traffic that would go east of that location because of Highway 51. I feel it's appropriate to lower the speed limit, especially now adding 2 more points of entry on Northtown Road. High peak travel time, increased population in Heritage Gardens, more people coming into the village. I think overall it's just a better safety plan.
Okay.
what I did hear you say, the 85th percentile speed is around 50 miles an hour.
It was 54 and 54 miles per hour,
Okay.
north and southbound.
So my concern with that is my limited understanding of traffic safety is that when you say deflate the speed, when the speed that people travel is based a lot on the geometry of the road. And that road was built actually for 60 miles an hour. And then it was converted to a village road. So I think the situation that we have is that we have people feeling comfortable driving it at 50 some miles an hour. And if we change it to 35, like it is in some portion, I didn't know it was 35. I think we're setting up a sort of a, not only a speed trap, but a safety issue where you got people driving what they feel comfortable with the geometry, and then other people driving the speed limit, and you create a situation, a safety situation where you're going to get rear end accidents.
So we do have, I've talked to Lieutenant Riedel, who's in charge of our patrol unit for the department. We do have a plan in place already to start to address it if this were to get approved. And we do have a signboard, we have a speed board, and obviously, as you would be aware, there's 3 components to overall traffic safety, being engineering and education and enforcement. So obviously, we'd put an education and enforcement plan out to make the public aware. We have social media outlets to use that as well. But with kids going back to school, hopefully, being in person, again, like I said, I would also count Vinburn as an egress from the school, because you have people from both the middle school and the high school who come southbound out of the parking lot and now have to try to run the gauntlet to get across. And at peak travel times, it gets to be scary for some. In the memo, I also identified the fact that DOT hasn't required driver examination. Parents can say, yeah, my kid did the number of hours and here's your driver's license. Not saying that that's a total consideration, but I still think it goes to a fact of you're in an area of the high school where young drivers are present, whether tested or not. I think we need to be cognizant of that. And obviously, as speeds increase, severity of damage, injury, everything happens. I think a 3-pronged approach is what we're looking at doing. And that's just, I think, the best plan.
Are there any additional questions? Oh, Rebecca has her hand up.
No, that's okay. Speaking as someone who drives a school bus, I've had a lot of issues with the speed on Vinburn for a long, or not Vinburn, I'm sorry, Northtown Road for a long time. And so if I'm understanding what you're saying, we're going to have coming, I'm just going to start up at V and come down. Okay. So from V up through right about just a little bit past Jefferson Street, we've got 35 miles an hour. Then it goes up to 45 miles an hour. Then you're talking about changing the speed to back to 35 miles an hour south of Van Buren. But I just question why even have the 45 miles an hour at all in that area. That's my concern, because I just see that just being a nightmare.
So with the, and just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So with what I've proposed to the board, south of Highway V would be 35 miles per hour all the way through to a point 850 feet south of Van Buren.
Oh,
It wouldn't
I'm
be,
sorry.
it would
I
not jump until you're
misunderstood.
south of Van Buren, basically leaving the village. You have about 3/4 of a mile to a mile of farm field.
Thank
And then
you.
you come back into Windsor.
Thank you. You just clarified that for me, because I was thinking there was going to be a space in there where it was going to jump to 45 miles an hour. You just clarified that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was confused too. So 45 is Windsor, not us?
It's our still Gray Road.
So we're
that
limited
area-
to 45 in our jurisdiction. We're still going to have a small piece that is going to be 45.
It would still be a small a piece of 45 past the farm fields. And then it would go, then you come into Windsor, south of Gray Road.
Where Greg's annotated on the map there, the orange section is what would change from 45 to 35. And then south of that orange line down to Gray Road would be 45 miles an hour. Then through Windsor, it's a little bit of 45, and then before the curve, it gets to 35.
Okay.
Okay.
Living in
better
that
sense.
area, Northtown road speeds are fast.
Okay. Bill?
And crossing is,
So how far is that from Gray Road to where it's gonna be 35? Yeah, a quarter mile, so 3/4 of a mile, the road changes, speed changes. Let's make it all 35.
I'll leave
I'm
that
okay
to the board's discretion. I just find that long farm field painful at 35 for some.
I kind of agree with Jim. The road is designed for a certain speed, and I agree, unless the crash data really gives you credence on that, I just can't agree with that. I listened to Kramer with this last year, and I just can't go for it. The speed up, slow down, it's confusing enough.
Okay. Deidre and then Abby.
Just for clarification, from V all the way down is 35 miles an hour, right? Up until Gray Road, correct?
No.
So let's just clarify it, because I think my big ticket item here is the speed limit where it matters. And that's where all of these points of entry are. And yes, the road may be designed for fast and furious, but when it was designed, we didn't have 3 points of entry. We didn't have, school
Actually,
entry, community pool entry. And we definitely didn't have drivers getting their driver's license without even going to class. So I see this as an opportunity to be, in this instance, proactive. I don't want to wait for an increased crash rate to then have a knee-jerk response of, oh, we should do this. And yes, people are going to obey the speed limit if they do. But I think having a posted sign that drops it down to 35 at least makes them think about getting up to 50. Because if it's 45 right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would probably do 50, 55, maybe 70 if you're not there, okay? But I really want to think about all the development, and now that's on record. Great job, Deidre. I just want to think about the development that we have in that area and our due diligence to protect what's going on in that area. And you make really valid points. And I really support that.
Thank you.
And we have Abby, and then I had a point.
I guess I was just gonna make a motion to approve the ordinance as written.
We have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance as written. Any further discussion?
Jim?
Jim?
I just want to state what I know too is that this road used to be a state highway. It got jurisdictionally transferred, I believe, or maybe it's still owned by the state. I'm not positive. But that was a state highway designed, I believe, at 60 miles an hour. And all the vertical curves and all the whatever typical sections were built on that. So that's why I think people are traveling faster than they maybe should for safety wise or the things that you guys are talking about. The curves up by the roundabout, I believe those were designed at either 35 or 40. Usually, I think usually if it's a 35 miles per hour, usually designed 5 miles over. So I suspect that they're designed at 40. And again, with my limited understanding of the traffic safety, I just know the traffic safety engineers I know would not support lowering the speed limit just based on what you're telling me that the 85th percentile is up at 50 miles an hour. I think lowering the speed limit might actually increase the number of accidents. So I won't be voting for the ordinance, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. Do we want to vote? Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca.
Yeah, just one last comment. I'm in favor of it, but I would say, yes, the road was designed for one thing, but what it's being used for now has changed. And you've got a lot more entrances on that road that were not there when that road was designed. Had that not happened, I would not be in favor of this. But we have areas that have been inserted now in an area by a school where there's going to be significant traffic with this new entrance to the school. The bus drivers have been talking about this, and we've been going, oh my God, this is going to be a nightmare. But at the same time, it can be useful if we do it right, and we have it. And as Chief said, if we do an education campaign and let people know, hey, these are the issues, we need to make sure that people understand what the speed limit is and why. I think we can cut down on some of these potential issues that you're thinking might happen, which I'm not disagreeing. They might actually happen, at least initially, and I'm hoping they don't. But I think if we implement it and get it education out there as much as possible, I think we can mitigate a lot of those issues and possibly create a safer environment.
If in fact it doesn't work, we can always come back and revisit it too. So
exactly.
So Jim?
I just say that there's other ways to mitigate it. There's the bypass lane that we did install for the northbound, and you can put designated left turn lanes. And I know coming out of the Jefferson, there's a right and a left turn lane. So we've done a lot of different things to hopefully mitigate this issue. But again, I am fine with whatever gets passed, but I'm sure Chief will just continue to monitor the accidents, and we'll address it in a year or two if we need to, as far as what we're seeing. So thank you.
Okay. Should we vote?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
So we have two noes. Motion carries. Thank you for your input on that. So the next item for the chief is an ordinance directing the placement of an official stop sign at the intersection of Brun Street and Jefferson Street.
In reviewing the newly constructed road as Jefferson Street hits Brun Street, Judd and I had talked about different steps that may have to be taken to ensure safety from that intersection. If you've seen it, It's a little bit wider. There is kind of a unique angle looking to the east. If you're going southbound on Bruns, I think the safest thing is to put a stop sign. We debated between stop sign and yield sign. I think putting a stop sign there just makes the most sense. There's no control there at this point, but Bruns used to just dead end in Jefferson right by the school. So that's why this is before you tonight.
So going which way?
Going southbound on Bruns at Jefferson would be a stop sign.
Okay. We have a
Motion to approve?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Rebecca?
Yeah, just a quick question. So there would only be the stop sign coming south on Brun Street. There would not be a stop sign on Jefferson at all. Is
That's
that correct? Okay,
Correct.
I
Bruns
just
dead
want to
ends
make,
in the Jefferson, thus
Okay.
making Jefferson a throughway.
thank you. I just want to make sure I understood that.
There is a stop sign at the end of Jefferson when it gets to Northtown. Just to-
Mhm.
Okay. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. Item 10, presentation of resolutions, resolution 2021-080, resolution authorizing the president to execute an agreement for a trail from Fox Hills to Windsor Community Park. Judd?
Yep, the information is in your packet. Does anyone have questions?
Motion to approve?
Wait,
Second.
there is a concern that Attorney Reuter has regarding this trail being put in. And I'll let you explain it better than I.
Yeah, my understanding is this would authorize the construction of a trail, but you don't have any right to have that trail there. I mean, Windsor has said it can go in, but they haven't said they'll let it stay in. So I mean, I think before you spend the money, you probably want to have some agreement with Windsor that that trail will be kept open and usable by the public. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of money.
Do we have reason to believe they might not?
I haven't certainly talked with them about it, so I don't know. But generally, if you're going to spend money to improve public way, you want to make sure that that can be a public way and you don't have control over the land in Windsor.
So we need to interact with the Windsor board.
We certainly, you can make this conditional and direct us, me, to reach out to Davis Clark and say, hey, can we come up with a MOU of some sort that just identifies this? But so you can approve this tonight conditional upon us completing that MOU, and that MOU would come back to you at that point for your approval of it.
Will you accept?
Yes.
Okay, and you're good with that? Okay. Discussion, Jim?
I just question, do we need to get as technical with an MOU? I know that's the correct way to do it, but could we be less and just be more?
I've got an email that says you can put the trail in, but that, and I share that with Al, but it's not as sticky, right? To do it that way, and it's probably better to have some sort of a more formal agreement that lays that out there.
I don't want to get into too much of a hassle for you or Windsor if that comes sticking points, when I think we've already got approval, sort of.
That's certainly the board's call. I'm just being the lawyer who's telling you that if you put this trail in and 2 days later somebody comes and rips it out, you've just lost the trail. There's nothing you can do about it. If you want to take that risk, you certainly can.
Right, and I think we have two more comments. First, Tashidra and then Rebecca.
I would fully support this directive, the approval with the stipulation that we get something in writing. I think times have changed, and I think having clear-cut expectations and having things in writing and having something to fall back on is what you need to do to have the due diligence to make sure that we are functioning with the end result of doing what's in the best interest of the village and the taxpayers. And we've moved away from a shake of a hand and your word is your word. Unfortunately, I do think that those days should come back, but that's not the reality of the life we live right now. And, you know, Attorney Al is here to give us input and advice, and I think it is our due diligence to heed that. So that if we do spend the taxpayers' money to put this beautiful addition in, we have some leverage if Windsor changes their mind. I think that's just the prudent thing to do. It may ruffle some feathers or change different things, but I think the goal and the community has spoken. They want us to function with their best interests in mind. And if you think, Judd and MOU and Al, you agree that this is something that would give us rest, and I support that. I think we don't have a right. And if we don't have a right, we need something to protect us.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca?
That's basically what I was going to say. I mean, if we're going to spend this money, and I thought we had an agreement already, but it's more of an understanding. I think we do need to get at least that MOU so that we have something to back us up, so that they can't just come and rip it up without our consent.
Okay, so we have a motion that stipulates it's conditional on an MOU. I would ask if people are ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, let's keep moving. The check register was in your packets. The board reports, commission reports, and committee minutes are listed here and in your packet. I would ask if there's an administrator's report. I have no idea what you just said, but I think it was no.
No on 13.1 or 13.1.1.
Okay. How about 13.1.2?
I sent the email out if anybody has any questions of me
And do we
regarding redistricting.
have any clarification on the impact of the lawsuits that have been filed?
That I don't know about. I know that the maps have been turned over to the county. The state have finalized theirs. And the county has started working on theirs. Kelly and I attended 2 training webinars on Monday. They were exciting. And we're learning what we have to do to get ready for when it's our turn to finally draw our word lines.
Great, great. I think it's more informational. There is, and I think it's the 18th of this month, a group in town that has a program on redistricting, and it's an action group. So if anyone's interested, I think I have contact information on my computer at home. Do you need any action from us? Okay. What? Rebecca has her hand up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say something related to the community development, just real quick. We kind of went by it really fast. I just wanted to encourage folks, if you have not ever done this, I took a tour with Zach and with Dawn through the public housing and Jefferson Square. They were able to show me the interior of actual units other than the interior of the duplexes. And I just want to say, wow, they are doing a magnificent job. And it was really, really helpful. So just understanding what there is, how they've been running things, how they've been getting the residents of these communities to own their community. And I just want to encourage people, if you've not done that, see if they have time and take a tour, because it's incredibly helpful to really see what that is. So that was it.
Thank you. All right, 13.2, update regarding the DeForest Area Library. Bill, do you have anything?
Yeah, they had Harry Potter's birthday, like 350 participants, which is pretty phenomenal. The library's survey is still open. If you haven't filled it out, fill it out. You can win a prize. And they're working on the 2022 budget and are waiting village information on healthcare, increased costs, and other costs. Their major cost is labor. And they need that information to go any further, but I'll keep updates on the process.
Thank you. DeForest Public Safety Committee, Tashidra.
Nothing new to report.
Okay. DeForest Area Community and Senior Center, Abby?
Yes, very interesting that the county just issued a mask mandate at our last meeting last week. We had a lot of discussion around that because I believe it was gosh, I'm forgetting the exact name of the organization, but basically like the county organization that helps with senior centers in the county recommended that that we might want to look into requiring masks. And so I believe it was last Friday, it started requiring masks at the center. We decided to do that because of the people, the vast majority of people served there are vulnerable. And we wanted to keep everything operating and, providing services. And the other thing that we did is we formed a search committee to, work on the hiring process for Barb, who's retiring. I'm trying to get someone in place by, I think, January. So there's like a month or two of transition, and that person could shadow Barb before she formally retires. And so we're working on a job discussion right now with that. And then we just had a lot of discussion around how that building, especially one part of it is getting up there in age, close to 40 years, and a lot of expensive, there's some very expensive maintenance items that keep popping up, and how we'll have to have discussions going forward about how to handle that, and then also an increased need in the community. And we were talking about having a stakeholders meeting with all the municipalities involved, but it's very complicated to try and get every single one of those boards together. And so probably at a future meeting, I'll be probably asking you your input about how you'd want to give input on the future of the center, like if it would be all of us, or if I don't know. We weren't sure how to schedule that meeting without knowing how the municipalities wanted to contribute their input. So that's it.
We were terrified. All right. We could turn the lights off and it'll go away. Rebecca already gave part of the Community Development Authority report, but I will say that we're meeting Thursday. And so we'll have more to report later on. And the Windsor Fire and EMS District, anything, Colleen, you want to add there?
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. All right, well, let's go on then. I don't really have a Dane County Cities and Villages update. But we do have, and I've an appointment for BZA. Julie McCarville has been on the Board of Zoning Appeals for a long time. I spoke with her. Her appointment is up and she'd like to serve again. She was recently retired. She was an administrative assistant to the instructional services team previously. And she said, now that I'm retired, I have more time to volunteer. And so she asked to be reappointed. She lives in Springbrook Circle and has been in DeForest for, I think, since about 2003 or 4. So she's been here a long time. So I would ask if someone would make a motion to reappoint her to BZA.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Lou, I would ask if you would send a note out to her.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. All right. The next item you see, there is nothing under it tonight, but this is the area we discussed a little earlier on our agenda where at each meeting, we will have this item for trustee questions of staff and consultants and potential directives. So we can bring items that we want to review to the agenda that maybe haven't gone through the normal process of getting 3 people and getting them on the agenda. So we're gonna try this and see if we can in fact have things that maybe don't need to go directly to staff or we want the whole board to know about, or maybe a question of a consultant or someone who's here. So this does not replace how you get an item on the agenda of needing to get 3 people to sign up, but it is a place to get questions or special items quickly dealt with. Questions about that, Jim?
I got an idea, or maybe one that's applicable or not, you tell me. But I personally would like some improvements done to River Road in light of many discussions that we've had. And I know that we have a budget process coming up, and I'm wondering if we could get a dollar amount on, say, doing a mill, probably a 2-inch mill and overlay on the remainder of River Road, probably between the 2 bridges. So potentially to include it in a budget item.
If the board would directs us to do that, we certainly can. We have it's slated for 25 because it's a rather lengthy stretch of road. So the price tag is pretty high and there was going to be a reconstruct of it, but we certainly can ask our engineers to put together a probable cost estimation for us and what that would do to be a mill and overlay and what that cost would be. And we can see if that would factor into the CIP for next year and what we might have to move out of the CIP to balance that dollar amount. Is that a fair assessment, Steve?
My concern is that you said, I'm assuming we ultimately want to do a reconstruction to get it to a section that we want, a typical section that we want, but I worry that we continually push the improvements out. So that's why I'm thinking maybe we want to know that dollar amount for a mill and overlay too.
Well, also, I think part of the reason we've somewhat delayed it is there's a lot of development that's occurring there, which has a lot of truck traffic, and to put a brand new road in and just have it get beat to heck by those trucks would certainly, we're putting a lot of dollars into something that's just going to get beat up way faster than it would normally. So we've tried to do that, and we've done some things to keep it moving, to keep it functional and operational to the best of our ability. But Steve, do you have more to add?
I would say that a mill and overlay is meant to last about 10 years. So it's a matter if we'd want to put that.
I mean, another way to look at it too is we could do just an overlay. We've done that in other areas. Or just overlaying, which is cheaper than a mill and overlay. And that'll get us our 5 years, no problem.
Rebecca?
Yeah, speaking of infrastructure type stuff, I know Highway V, that's in pitiful condition. What is the likelihood of us getting the county to help us get that road fixed? It's just awful.
County Highway V, we've been working with Dane County. So every year we do project sheets that you guys review, what we bring to the board. And so from Helzer to Main Street will be 2023. A resurface from Stevenson, Nelson Court really to Helzer, is a resurface. And then a reconstruct from Nelson Court to Main Street.
So what time period did you say?
2023.
Okay,
then-
so that's coming up fairly soon.
Yep, from Main
Okay.
Street to River Road will be, after that, probably 2026-ish.
Okay, that gives me hope. Thank you.
County also has Highway CV Lake Road to happen in 23, as well as Windsor Road reconstruct, which is some of our portion with the bridge will be in 23. So it'll be, the county's going to be up this way then.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we're left with Jim's request, and I guess the question. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So first of all, a mill and overlay or just an overlay will not cover or will not be partially funded by the developer. And the plan, I just want to be, I guess, clear from 2016, I think, when we started discussing renegotiating that area. It's always been planned to be 2023 and 2025. So I don't know that this board has ever delayed reconstruction of that. We've always been timing it with the traffic and the, developers trying to accumulate funds too, that is coming from that development. So I don't know that it's, we haven't delayed it. The board has not delayed it. It's just, it's in its slot and that we're waiting for that slot to come. In fact, I think we're moving ahead because of some of the projects. We're doing some of it in 2022. What has been pushed back is Windsor Road. And that's because of the bridge. If the condition is such that we can wait, I don't think spending money on just a resurface is real good if we're going to do something in 2025. That's again up to
I
this
can agree
board.
with that. Today was the first day I heard about the 2025 reconstruction, so I think that's good. I just know that it's in poor condition already, and I didn't know if it had the opportunity to be, if there was chance of the reconstruction being pushed off, I would be more apt to want to do an overlay.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do that. The other part, this isn't a development agreement that if the board does it in advance of the funds we receive based on the development that occurs out there, the village takes on that debt. And then we issue a note to the developer and they pay that off over 5 years. So we become the banker on behalf of the developer. That's all part of that 2018 agreement. But we don't want to do it too early. We'd like to see the development occurring. That makes sense.
Are you good with that?
I can be good with that.
Okay. All right, we're coming to the next item then. Want to convene into closed session? I would entertain a motion to, guys are behaving.
I was asking, there's nothing we need to do on that with River Road then. I just don't want to, I just want clear direction. That's all.
Teasing. All right, and we're getting slap happy. It's getting late. All right, I would entertain a motion to convene into closed session.
Motion to
I move
convene.
second.
Second. Motion by Colleen, second by Rebecca. Would you take a roll call?
Sorry, yeah.
Trustee Lowry,
Aye.
trustee Little, trustee Simpson,
Aye.
trustee Witherspoon,
Aye.
trustee Allen,
Aye.
trustee Langraff, President Cahill Wolfgram.
Aye. All right, motion carries. We convene into closed session. Rebecca will be put into her room.
There's been some spots for this.
Here we are again. And I don't think there's any action to be taken now that we've come out of close. So unless there's any other business to come before the board, I'd entertain a motion. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Here we go.
Ta-ta.